Not a minute before time for me to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan examination. Can everybody hear me? Okay? Good, thank you. So, for those who have not been here before, I'm Stephen Lee, the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the Enfield Local Plan and report to the Council in due course. And we have a few new faces, so I will, some old faces, some new faces, but so I will have to go through a little bit of an opening just to establish how today will run and some matters of principle, but my sort of long opening comments on day one of the examination back in January and also on Tuesday, and my guidance notes should provide all the information needed to how the examination run. If at any point there are any questions about procedure or anything, then obviously please raise them with me and we'll try and deal with them. Before we get into my spiel, just normal housekeeping matters. Can everybody please remember to or turn mobile phones, laptops, or the devices to silent mode or turn them off. We are, well, I think the councillor raised this about being filmed. Just for those, it's quite hot. I don't stand on ceremony. I think most people, if don't feel, those who are wearing jackets, you must sit there in a jacket. For those who are not wearing jackets, it's very sensible. We don't want anyone fainting, including me, frankly. So it is seemingly hotter today than it has been all week, so we'll see how we get on. I'll just hand over to the council to explain the any fire escape issues and any other matters. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. There will be a fire alarm test today at 2 o'clock, so there's no need to evacuate unless instructed otherwise. However, in the event of a real emergency, the alarm will sound continuously, so we do need to exit, and you can follow all the council staff. Assembly points are located outside of the Civic Centre, and council staff will be on hand to guide you. Facilities, so toilets are located on the ground floor, accessible via the reception area. So if you require accessible facilities or additional assistance, please speak to a member of staff or the security team outside, and they'll be happy to help you. Tea and coffee will be provided during the breaks and available at the front of the room. And just a reminder that these sessions are being recorded as part of the examination record. If you do not wish to be recorded, please inform the programme officer, Mrs. Feeney. If there's no immediate questions, I'll now hand back to the Inspector to proceed with today's session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, just obviously you will all know Annette by now. Annette's Programme Officer, and if you do have any issues, then Annette will be around all day to provide some assistance. And obviously if I request any documents or information and the like, then Annette, should be sent to Annette, who will then pass it on to me. But that's all quite familiar, I'm sure, by now. Just as a reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help me decide if the plan submitted in August 2024 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. As per previous sessions, I'm going to start each agenda item. Well, there's only one overall agenda item today. We're here to talk about site RUR 02, land between Camlet Way and Crescent Way. So one quite long agenda item to get through. And I will start, before we start, I'll just say how I'm going to break up the discussion into manageable chunks. But my practice is obviously to start with questions to the council or other interested parties if I think it's necessary, before inviting contributions from others. As I keep saying, sometimes, particularly for those who've been here before, I do have quite a few questions. I do think generally it's better for me to get mine out of the way, but it might mean that there's some time before others can come in, so sometimes patience is required. But it does help me focus things. When you do wish to speak, turn your nameplate on its end and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when I do invite you to speak, please try to keep your comments focused on my questions or specific points made by others. And I would ask each contributor to be as concise and focused as possible to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. Also, please remember there's no need to sort of repeat or summarise what you wrote in your representations or in your written statements there or before me. Similarly, there's no need to tell me if you agree with someone else who's already spoken or wish to echo their comments. It doesn't really help me particularly. And as a final reminder, and again, those who've been here before, they'll know this, but I don't tend to want to hear, and everyone's been pretty good at this actually, but I don't want to hear written statement, reading out of pre-prepared statements, because it obviously doesn't always focus on the issues that I'm interested in and can go on for some time and slow things down. So if you could just avoid that if possible. Normally, I will give the council a chance at the end of each sort of item or each section, the chance to sum up their position or have the final say on things. Again, just, I also like, everyone should have their chance to speak. I'd like to give the council the chance to, sometimes boards go back up and the council will say something. I'll sort of allow a little bit of back and forth on that. Sort of, I don't want endless sort of council say something as a final word, boards go up, we want to say something else, council say something as a final word, boards go up. So we try and get the points you want to make out when at appropriate time, so we're not sort of going around in circles about things. But I will stamp down on that if I find that it's not being helpful to me. In terms of action points, as with other sessions, I've been identifying, I may identify potential main modifications may be required, or that further work needs to be carried out by the council or others sometimes. I will usually try to make that clear during the session. And the council is keeping a note of all of these matters, and I've asked them to provide, sort of end of each week, provide me with a summary list of those for me to agree or append to, and so on, and we may well publish those just so that everyone's got a clear record. Just a matter of, obviously, if I do ask for the council to suggest a main modification to me, that doesn't necessarily mean that's absolutely what's going to happen. It's for me it's to help me understand what the alternatives are, or how a solution might be formed, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's a given, that's going to be what will happen. It's just to help me. So it's just, again, to make sure there's no avoidance of doubt, really, on that. Obviously, again, for people who've already been here will know that there are going to be some matters that I will need to take away with me and give some further thought to, and in those cases that I will deal with those in later notes to the council, setting out any actions or conclusions I might have. So again, if I come to a conclusion on one thing today and say, I think this is an action, but not on another, it doesn't necessarily mean that I've made up my mind on the other thing and there's no issue. I just want to make these things clear. We've got all day to deal with, so I do hope we will get it done in good time. We'll hopefully have a comfort break for around 20 minutes at 11 o'clock, break for lunch at 1, come back at 2, probably start just after 2 if the alarm's going to sound, and then try and finish no later than 5:30. Let's all hope we can do that before that. Those timings are fluid, depending on if it's sensible to take a break or not, or sensible to just carry on. And if, we with everyone's agreement, if we need a short, because everyone's here all day, if we have a shorter lunch break or something, if it's going to help us get things done, then again we can talk about that. Are there any queries or points anyone wishes to raise about any of that before I ask the council? So we'll do introductions. Now I've just got a couple, normal couple of housekeeping matters, and then we'll make a start. So if I start with the council making introductions, thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel, and with me is Mr. Dale Harris as Junior Counsel representing the council.
Good morning. I'm May Hope, Head of Strategic Planning and Design, Enfield Council. I'll be swapping with Rebecca Rain, Planning Policy Lead.
Ian Gillespie, representing the London Borough of Enfield.
Morning, sir. My name is Tom Cosgrove, King's Counsel, instructed by CBRE on behalf of the Duchy of Lancaster. So I'm here with Mr. Kindred. Can I be so bold as to ask him permission to sit up next to me? Appears to be some space.
There is space. I knew this was going to happen. Knew this was going to come up. There is space. I've tried to be fair throughout, because I've had lots of requests for people to have multiple seats at tables, and of course if you do it on day one, you're like, there's space you can, and then next week I'm guaranteed to be. Can we have 3 people sat at the table? So my preference would be to keep it to 1.
That's fine.
If it becomes disruptive and problematic, then we may review that. But
that's absolutely fine.
I'm conscious that I have refused people to have more than one seat at the table. Sometimes because of space, but sometimes because of principle.
I'm quite relaxed with that. So, insofar as we need to assist you or you like assistance, it may be a mixture of both speaking.
We
swap
can do
as-
hot
as
desking,
appropriate.
hot seating, and I've done that as well. And that's
fine.
again, it might look a little pedantic and also when we've got spare seats, but equally, I've had to
No, I
admonish,
understand.
I've had to admonish people for sneaking on the table when they weren't allowed to be there and things of that nature. And so, there's people watching and they'll say, "What, sir, are you allowed this?" So, if it was sometimes if it's sort of technical expert witness, then that might be different. But you're advocating the position of your client, so you are here representing your client. So I think it's one seat should be.
That's fine. Obviously, Mr. Kindred is the professional planner, so there may be some matters I feel he's better to speak to you than me. But we'll certainly work on that. So that's fine.
So if it becomes problematic, then
Thanks.
we can perhaps review it and everybody understand that it's a sort of discretional thing. The other thing I don't want really, and this is where the hot seat sign kicks in, is multiple people from the same body, if you like, having many bites at the cherry.
Absolutely.
To say, you've got your spot. Say what you need to say, rather than hearing from the same company different times. But we'll see how it goes, if that's all right.
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
And the same for Mr. Warren as well. I think so. Okay, so thank you. And go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. It's John West from the Enfield Society.
Robert Wilson, Chairman of the Hadley Wood Association. So we're the Residents Association. We do overlap and support the forum's argument, but with a distinctive voice. We're also the landowner of the green belt fields between the site and the green corridor of the railway.
David Harbott, long-term resident of Hadley Wood.
Good morning, sir. Rupert Warren, King's Counsel, instructed on behalf of the Hadley Wood Neighbourhood Planning Forum. Just for today, I think, at your examination. Though to note, sir, I've been advising and helping in relation to the interaction with the plan since, I think, 2021. But today is the only day I think I'm instructed to appear.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bear with me 1 second while I try to open this very large policies map. So are there any, from the council, any matters arising that we need to discuss before we start?
No, sir, not at the moment. Thank you very much.
Just from my end, obviously yesterday, over the last couple of days, there's been a few unanswered questions where you've said you need to go away.
Yes.
And so I'm making note of those. We'll keep a note of those. Preferably, obviously, if you can provide me with some of those answers at an appropriate time orally, that's as well as anything. But if it is all in writing, then again, may need, depending on the answer, to give those people who are in the room the opportunity to at least come back.
Yes, of course.
Yesterday, there was also a few sort of discussion points around some of the wordings of different policies where perhaps, we'll maybe, things that I need to go away and think about, but I obviously highlighted that there might be areas of change. Again, hopefully the council, I've made note of those, the council, and I think they probably don't need to be in the action point note, but keep an eye, and then I will advise, I think, accordingly at the end of this, because some of this, I think, will, as I think I said, some of the wordings on certain parts of policies, for example, appear multiple times, and it'll be like, let's see how it comes out rather than making a decision now. That must change. I think it'll be better. But if you're hopefully keeping a note of those.
Yes, so it was something I was going to raise, actually, but then I thought I wouldn't bother raising it now, but I will deal with it, which is that we were putting together a list of those matters that we talked about yesterday, particularly on the design principles for some of the allocations. And we were going to put that on the weekly list, as it were, but I think
maybe an addendum to the
exactly.
if you like, there's sort of definite thing, but things where, if you like, and there was some, I think, where I was more specific, that would need to change, like there was an error on the RUR 08 map, for example.
Yes.
That's a definite, whatever happens, that would need to change. Some of the more wordings about should and must and how heritage is dealt with and things. So I think we're probably going to have that discussion a few times. So we'll keep a list of those things, and then once I've heard everyone's voice on that, I'll probably be in a better position rather
Yes.
than sort of say yesterday, change that, and then today go, oh, actually, that makes sense. If it is, it is. So, yeah.
Yes, well, at the moment, we'll just keep them as you say, an addendum, generally setting out the principle, and then we can come to the detail of it as and when.
But I will. I've got a note of all that, so I will advise, obviously, at some point anyway. Obviously, main mods are needed.
Yes.
Sorry about that. It's a slight digression. Right. So, if there's no further ado, we'll make a start on today's matter of Camlet Way and Crescent Way. Obviously, you've all seen my MIQs, my matters, issues and questions. They are split up into various subheadings, and what I'm going to do, and see how it goes, is I'm going to start off with my questions about Greenbelt, and then open it up about Greenbelt issues. Then I'll look at the sort of next issue was the strategic. I think I called it strategic location or location, and then which are, if you like, are there any other issues irrespective of Greenbelt which would render the site unsuitable or inappropriate for allocation? We can talk about those, and then that will flow into, then I'll ask my questions, open it up. Then the development requirements and the suggested modifications, same principle. And then if there's anything left to discuss, because obviously some issues of delivery might come up while talking about other things. If there's anything left, then we'll talk about delivery as the last issue. And then obviously if I've missed anything out, people will let me know. If that's okay and sensible for everyone. Right, so we'll start off with obviously I asked a few Greenbelt questions and I lumped them all together and just go through my points. Just first things first, on matters of clarity about what it is that's actually being sought to be removed from the Greenbelt on this site. The inset map and policies map, the allocation appears, am I right in saying, to go into the green belt, and so there's an area north of Monkton Mead Brook. Is that to be retained as green belt? Is that the intention, to retain that as green belt? So just okay.
The answer, I think, came back from Ms. Brain that yes. Ms. Brain sits by my side.
Sorry, yes. That will be retained as greenbelt, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so it is, as I understood. Okay. And just as and so where it refers in the policy to, I think, get the exact words, but I think it's criterion C, must retain the area north of Monkton Mead Brook as open space. That's obviously that section, and that's that.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
So there is a typo, of course, that everybody's noticed, no doubt, which is it says Monkton Mead Brook rather than Monken.
Monken, yeah. Yes, okay, fair enough. That probably a minor mod. I'll come on to that. We'll get when we get onto that criterion. I've got a couple of questions about it, but obviously we'll get there. I just wanted to be absolutely clear what was being covered. Just before we get into some of the impacts on Greenbelt and the arguments around exceptional circumstances and so on, what is the purpose of including that area in the allocation if it's going to be retained as Greenbelt and there's no delivery expected in there? Is there any particular purpose that the allocation needs to go into that area?
Now, Ms. Rain will add to this, but the purpose is to ensure that there is that open space in place as part of the development that's being proposed. So in the same way as I indicated yesterday, on a bigger scale for other sites, it ensures, at least for the council's part, that there's going to be the delivery of that and its continuation associated with the development in question.
Thank you, Mr. Ridge. Yes, just to add to that, so the Environment Agency requested that as an exclusion zone. So it did form part of the allocation, and that's why there's no built form on that particular parcel. Okay, and this is just to set a bit of context for me. That is that area is identified as a sink, is it not? Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay. So, okay, so that's just, we'll come back to that when we talk about the open space and what, set your minds working while I think about it. Is it open space as in recreation, or open space as in retain as it is as an open undeveloped area, which is a sink? Because I might have a question about if it's being laid out as open space for recreation, what effect that would have on its status as a sink. So it might just be a wording thing. But perhaps, you know, I'll foreshadow that question when we get to the development requirements, but it's not particularly a greenbelt point. You're going back to the issues of greenbelt harm. Your statement concludes that the development or the allocation would result in a high degree of greenbelt harm. But this is outweighed by the strategic and local benefits of housing delivery in a highly accessible, sustainable location. What I probably should have said is, while I might try and keep these things nicely compartmentalised, there's bound to be some overlap, and clearly the issue of highly accessible, sustainable location is something which is going to come into the next part of it. Is it a sustainable location anyway? But your statement kind of opens that up as part of the debate on, I guess, when it comes down to exceptional circumstances for this site, that one of those is that it's a highly, as far as you're concerned, a highly sustainable, highly accessible and sustainable location. And obviously I've heard throughout of the question that's questioned by many people. So I think I will pick it up now as a point, even though it probably is sort of cross-cutting with the next point. From you, and obviously I'll hear from what other people have got to say, but I think it'd be interesting to say what the council's position is, because this is going to come up time and time again, I think. As far as you're concerned, when you say a site is highly sustainable, you know, highly accessible and sustainable, what does that mean? Because you know, what is my benchmark if I'm looking at, if I'm comparing locations and sites? What is the council's kind of position on that? Because and there was a point that was made in an earlier session that everything's relative. So if you compare certain locations to, say, central London, they will perform quite badly. But if you compare locations to parts of rural England, they'll perform quite well. So where are you looking at this from? How are you determining that this is a highly sustainable and accessible location?
Well, so it's right to say that there isn't a series of set parameters that need to be passed in order to grade a location as either highly or less sustainable or with low sustainability. So it's a matter of judgment that's been reached by the council looking at the various factors. But what it is safe to say is that what the council hasn't done is just concentrated on the PTAL rating. Because the issue is the degree of accessibility in overall terms beyond what might be indicated by a PTAL. And no doubt Ms. Rain and Mr. Gillespie will get onto this in some detail a little later on. But when one looks at all of the factors combined, the conclusion has been reached by the council that in this case one is dealing with a highly accessible location. Both in walk terms to various facilities, accessibility to the train services, to the bus services that exist. Again, we'll go into the detail of that at a later stage. We're happy to do so now, so if that helps. But if what you want to know is, at this stage, how have we actually judged it, in general terms, it's as a matter of an individual assessment.
I think this is going to be a significant topic of discussion, so we may as well, I think, set as much context for that as possible. So, you know, rather than people telling me what, they can come back on what you've already said, I think it would be better. So if there's more you want to set out on that, probably the better.
Mr. Gillespie, I think, has done quite a lot of work on this particular point. If perhaps Mr. Gillespie goes first and then Ms. Rain then adds to that as appropriate.
Good morning, sir. I think in the stage 1 hearings we had a quick look at the PTAL map for the whole of London and noted that for the outer London boroughs, there were very few areas indeed that were at the highest or best PTAL rating. And in fact, outside of the urban areas, virtually all of the sites, or certainly all of the available sites, were at the lower end of the PTAL rating. And that's just a function of where we are within the wider London context. As Mr. Reid has already explained, and as set out in our site allocation or site assessment topic paper, top 2, the site selection methodology at Appendix 1, para 4.2, makes it very clear that we, as a starting point, looked at PTAL ratings, but then also considered access to service and employment centres, as well as a range of facilities and services. And that consideration was particularly important for sites located outside of urban areas. So specifically in relation to RUR02 and Hadley Wood, it is I think undeniable, it's a short walk from the site to the train station. And again, as I think we covered at stage 1, it might not be a turn up and go service, so it might not be eight trains an hour, but there are 2 to 3, I think four trains at peak times into central London. And I think the popularity of the area as a location in terms of its accessibility into central London is partly shown by the house prices in the area. There is a primary school within Hadley Wood. There is a small local parade of shops. There's a park. There's a nursery. So not the full range of services and facilities that you might get in a far larger settlement, but in relative terms, and set against the sites that were available to the council to consider, it had a good level of accessibility, both to public transport via the train station, but also to local day-to-day facilities and services. And if it helps, I did do a little bit of analysis on those sites that sit within SAS 1 and SAS 2, the site selection assessment sheets, and where sites were in categorisation 7 or 8, so sort of lower categories, and they clearly had a far lower accessibility to public transport and facilities and services than are available from RUR02.
So you just remind me what priority level this was identified at?
6.
And just in terms of your methodology, it was 6 because there was some things which were sort of, I think 7 and 8 were initially sieved out, if you like, and only considered suitable if they were part of larger contiguous areas which delivered a critical mass. Obviously, this isn't the case of this site, because it's just one site. So 6 was, if you like, it was not a sieved out.
Accessible,
greenbelt,
high-performing greenbelt sites.
High-performing in terms of greenbelt function.
Yes. Yes.
So comparably, as far as council is concerned, in terms of the options you were considering, this would be at a higher level of accessibility than other sites that were subsequently rejected.
as I say, so there has to be an element of relativity in the process. There simply weren't a large or long list of sites at the highest PTAL rating with excellent access to the full range of facilities and services that you might see in the largest urban areas. So we had to undertake an assessment with an element of relativity in it, but also, as Mr. Reid said, it wasn't just about access to facilities and services. It was the Greenbelt assessment work and a range of other factors that were taken into account in arriving at the decision as to whether to allocate the site or not.
Quite. I'm sure we'll come back to this. So we'll put a pin in that now, and then we'll see what comes out of discussion. But we'll no doubt come back to transport matters and accessibility matters.
Can I just raise one other point that from that, and just in terms of other issues that Mr. Gillespie wants to get through things, and just to be clear about the other ways in which there's accessibility, I don't think Mr. Gillespie referred to the cycle route. That's Sustrans National Cycle Route 12, which goes through Hadley Wood, as well as the particular facilities. Maybe we come on to those, but there are particular facilities, for example, in terms of sports facilities that are available within the settlement itself.
Yeah, I should say that I have been to this site and viewed it from the public domain. What I wasn't sure about is what level of... I have not been into the site because I wasn't sure on the face of it what public access there was, but I was able to see it from various locations, and I've had a sort of look around the area. I may well go back after the benefit of this discussion, and also I may ask about where access, if access can be taken into the site, and so on. But yes, I've got some familiarity with what's in the area already. In terms of, and again, I'm sure we'll come on to this when we get on to matters of principle or the non-Greenbelt matters, but it is a sort of fact you've raised as a particular reason why Greenbelt release was considered suitable, is access to things like the primary school. Primary school now, obviously, one question is going to be, is that school got capacity to accommodate 160 dwellings? And obviously, if so, that's one thing. If not, what's the solution to that?
Yeah. So if you want to hear something on that now, I know that Ms. Reyners can give you some information on that. So.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just to confirm that the current primary school is at capacity, and the development would need to seek contributions towards improving provision at that primary school.
I think it would just be helpful if Ms. Rain can indicate whether or not there's been any indication of the ability to increase or to expand the school if a contribution is coming forward.
Yes, having spoken to education colleagues, they said that is a likelihood rather than having to look to build new provision.
Thank you. It just helps with the arguments as to why, and I say obviously the council isn't saying I don't think that that all day-to-day needs can be met in this area. There's an expectation there would have to be some travel for some facilities. That's a fair point. Yeah.
It is, yes. This is no secondary school, for example, in walking distance.
Just going back to this point about PTAL not being the be-all and end-all, if you like, but PTAL being a factor. In terms of Enfield as a whole, if you were to sort of, and I'm not sure if there's a consensus on what point at which in the PTAL rating something automatically, there's no debate about it being sort of an accessible location, but if it's 3, 4, whatever, is that in Enfield's context, would it be able to deliver sufficient housing to meet what you consider the need to be? And there's a whole debate about that, but when you consider in areas which are, if you like, higher than PTAL 1 or 2.
Yes, it's an interesting question. So one way to answer that, I'm sure that Mr. Gillespie and Ms. Rain will have some further contribution to make to this, but if one looks at the proposed TfL option, which was obviously mooted at stage 1, and the levels of PTAL that one is able to get within Enfield, in the vicinity of a tube station, it only starts to go up very close to the tube station. Beyond, when you're only a little way out from the tube station, the PTAL drops considerably to the sort of levels that we're talking about with regard to Hadley Wood. If I've got that wrong, no doubt Mr. Gillespie will correct it, but that gives an indication that that there are areas that, in order to accommodate the amount of development that we need, areas that will be at a lower PTAL. That's why it's important to take a more rounded view of it. And I know that, and I'll just deal with it now, just so it's touched on. I know that the Hadley Wood Forum take the point that the analysis within the site allocation topic paper appears to, by way of a footnote, say that accessibility will be determined by the PTAL of sites. But actually that's not the full story, because you need to look at paragraph 4.2, which says clearly that a range of other areas will be looked at. So it's actually not determinative and nor reflective of what the council has done. But to answer your point, going back to it, there is going to be the need to go to sites that do have those lower PTAL areas in order to accommodate the relevant needs. But I'd leave that again to Mr. Gillespie.
Okay. Sorry, did you want to say something? Because I was going to move on. But
Just really, sir, to confirm Mr. Reed's analysis, I mean, there are immediately around some of the stations up to PTAL rating 4, but it's within a very tight area and clearly within the urban area where that rating arises. That then bleeds out into a relatively tight area in PTAL 3, and then the rest of the borough is between 0 and 2. And clearly, I think we looked at the map, but the highest ratings, 5 through to 6, are principally central London.
thank you. As I say, I'm sure we will return to that. I just want to move on to the other arm, if you like, of what was said in the statement about why exceptional circumstances exist here, and it talks about housing needs. I think both. Overall, but it does refer to local housing benefit. Now, obviously, in terms of general housing need, I'm sure it'll be discussed. Today, I'm sure it'll be raised. But I've obviously heard a lot about overall housing need. I've heard a lot about the makeup of the overall housing need, and so on, and how that's driving some of the decisions. I don't particularly want to go into the local housing need assessment. I've heard a lot about that, but if general, and I understand the view that there's the focus, if you will, sort of the position on family housing in particular has been over emphasised by the evidence, or the evidence doesn't support that. So bear that in mind. I'm cognizant of that point. So I'm not sure I need to. I'm sure it'll come up. I don't need to ask that now. I understand that position. But what was particularly interesting in this area is where it talks about local housing benefits. Because I think I'm right in saying the exceptional circumstance topic paper and so on tends to focus on the very high-level issues, and also on Chase Park and Cruise Hill. So I just wanted to understand what the local position was, and what it is about this area, if anything, because obviously the statement refers to local housing needs. What it is about this area that this will address.
I'll leave that firstly to Mr. Gillespie. There may be some other points I want to make as a result of what he says, but I'll leave that to him first.
So I think there's quite a bit in the statements before you around sort of house prices within the Hadley Wood area. I had a brief look on Rightmove last night, and I think there are 2 properties within the Hadley Wood area under £500,000, and over 80 at £1 million plus. The neighbourhood plan, the made neighbourhood plan, which obviously forms part of the development plan, has policy HW10, which is about the new housing development and mix. And that specifically refers to the need to provide a mix of housing types, including the need for 3 and 4 bedroom family homes. And in the supporting text to that policy, let's try and find it again here.
So just to add to that, there were aspirations in the neighbourhood plan for downsizing opportunities as well.
Sorry, I've got the reference here again now, sir. Sorry, apologies. So it's paragraphs 6.5 to 6.7 of the neighbourhood plan, where it talks explicitly about the issues with high house prices and the replacement of single dwellings with apartment accommodation, and that falling under the threshold for affordable housing delivery. So identifying, in effect, the need for small family or smaller family houses, and also clearly the need for affordable housing within the area. And in terms of both of those needs, clearly RUR02 can make a significant contribution. And we say that's important in terms of delivering a mixed community. And also, I think, in terms of supporting key workers, teachers working in the primary school, those working in the small parader shops, working at the station, etc., are unlikely to be able to access the vast majority of accommodation within Hadley Wood, given the prices I've just outlined.
Thank you. On that, these local benefits or local issues around affordability and mix of housing and so on, are they exclusive to Hadley Wood in Enfield? Are there other areas of similar characteristics where sites haven't been either available, I suppose is one thing, but identified?
I think the issue is particularly acute in Hadley Wood.
Thank you. It's taking this back up to sort of the overarching point then that exceptional circumstances exist in this area. You know, as we've talked about ad nauseum, two levels of exceptional circumstances. Are there exceptional circumstances principle, and then each other exceptional circumstances for each site. So, just to be clear, when it comes to Hadley Wood, is the balance of the argument, if you like, the weight, is it more about delivering these local benefits than, if you like, the macro issue? Because obviously 160 dwellings in the context of your overall housing requirement is not particularly significant. You know, it's not going to have a huge difference to that, unlike, say, Chase Park and Cruise Hill, 10,000, 9,000 houses between them. So is it in this context, is it more about delivering that local benefit than it is about necessarily the contribution it makes to overall numbers? Or is it just the same level of weight?
It is still both, sir. It is still both, because all of the sites contribute to meeting the overall need. But as we say, there's a particular benefit here locally in terms of trying to address the mix and the affordability of accommodation in Hadley Wood.
Okay, and if you're talking about then it's sort of this overall contribution there to meeting overall need. You've identified the harm to greenbelt purposes as high, I think to very high, maybe, or certainly high. So 160 dwellings in the context of Enfield as a whole. Is it? I know your answer's probably going to be, but is it a sufficient scale of delivery, if you like, to justify that degree of harm? Is that actually, to the greenbelt? So 160 dwellings is modest, shall we say, compared to some of your greenbelt allocations, other than RUR01, which the others are of a significant scale. This is not in that order, is it? So is it? I suppose it comes down to, is it actually worth that degree of harm, if you want to put it in very basic terms?
Just that, sir. It is. That is an important question, and when one looks at answering that question, one needs to look at it in relative terms as well as to the extent of the release, how much development is being proposed on that site, and is it necessary in order to deliver the aims that the council wants to see achieved, and it needs to identify a significant area of land in order to achieve those aims that have been set out and we've dealt with previously. But it is ultimately a judgment as to whether or not those levels of harm are ones that are justified under the various grounds. Just one point, sir, on the question of the level of harm that's identified in the Greenbelt assessment. There's one part, and I noticed that you said it may be high or very high in terms of the harm that's been identified, because there's a difference between what's identified pictorially in the Greenbelt assessment and what's set out in one of the tables dealing with the levels of harm associated with the site. I'll give you the references, if I can, that indicate that, and I think probably you're aware of them, because that's what's led to you commenting high to very high, because if you look at page 79 within the Greenbelt assessment, GBA 1, page 82 is the PDF. You'll see LP 465 at the top of that table.
Unfortunately, when you download the documents, they don't have the numbers. So it's just working on the basis of the title. So I'll have to go to the library and find it.
I don't know whether that's a fault of the database. I'm sorry.
No, it's life.
Yeah.
So what was the document reference?
It was GBA 1.
GVA one?
Yes, I would hope...
GRE?
Yes, sorry, I'm sorry, sir. Yes.
GRE one.
GRE1,
Yeah.
forgive me.
It scared me then for a second.
Sorry. I was on the top of... my memory obviously isn't good enough.
I'm sorry, page number...
79 within the document itself. Or PDF 82.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
so that says very high there. But if you go back to page, it's 69, PDF 69, and it's the page before 67. You would assume it's 66, but I don't think it's got a page number on it. Rather than count them all back, if you just go to 67 and then go one page back, you'll see there the harm identified in a
Is high.
visual form, and you'll see the site identified, well, as you know, and you'll see that that's got a categorization of high, and actually working it through, it gets to high rather than very high. So.
Is that explained?
The high element,
Well, is it explained? Is it just an error in the table? Sorry, your concern.
that's what I'm told,
Yeah.
the correct result is what's identified pictorially.
Okay. Fine, I made a note of that. Logic dictates I ask if, does that made any difference to your,
No.
it's high or very high, is that effectively
Well,
making any difference to your?
It won't make any difference in overall terms. It won't make any difference in overall terms, but it's important to recognise that differentiation. And I think there are other locations as well within the GRE documents, which I can go to if necessary,
Okay.
which I reiterate that it's a high level rather than very high.
Before I look at a couple of the other Greenbelt questions, I note that there have been representations from some neighbouring authorities, Barnet and Hertfordshire in particular, who have raised concerns about Greenbelt harm here. Have you got anything to say about those points? I don't think the Reg 22 statement is particularly enlightening on that. It just says we recognise concerns, we'll work together, but it doesn't.
No.
Yeah. Yes, just to say that they are areas of concern, they are not objections. So we have, and continue to do so, liaise with those authorities under the duty to cooperate. But we have put them forward and noted them within that statement of common ground.
And so you can see the specific references within the DTC statement and the statement of common ground with the joint authorities. It's page 81 of the DTC statement, which is sub 14. And you'll see that the way it's described in terms of Barnet, they say that they're concerned that development within RUR2 should not have a significant detrimental effect. So they don't assume, or rather reach the conclusion it's inevitable that there will be. They want to make sure that it is dealt with in a way that would avoid that. And the same is true of a later concern about the building height, which we'll no doubt come on to, that's specified in one of the principles. I say specified. We'll deal with what actually it means later on, but there's reference to that, and they want to they're concerned that that could, if you get up to 18 metres, have a detrimental impact on openness and may have an adverse spatial effect on the spatial elements. And then they raise the conservation area within Monk and Hadley, or the Monk and Hadley conservation area. I
find it hard to believe that allocating the site for density dwellings won't have an adverse effect on openness. That's the point, isn't it? You're removing it from the greenbelt because of that. Is it Barnet's concern, the openness of their greenbelt, which actually doesn't make a lot of sense either because it's not affecting the openness of their greenbelt?
Yeah, it was more that the
more of a visual thing. Yeah, okay. It's more of a landscape impact.
Well, I think it is a reference to openness because it's specifically in the context of openness on the greenbelt. But the point that I was focusing on was that it says that it should not have a significant detrimental effect. So it's the significant element. And in that sense, as you quite rightly say, so the visual aspect is going to be of considerable importance.
There won't be greenbelt anymore.
But it won't be greenbelt.
If it follows through, it wouldn't be greenbelt.
Yes, it must be in that case the effect on the remainder of the greenbelt that exists.
Yeah.
Yes. I agree.
Okay. We'll just circle back to duty, just for completeness on the duty. You're not concerned that this ongoing concern, shall we say, on the objection is raised any duty grounds? Is the fact that this has been aired?
Simply because it has been aired, the clear position has been taken that we've reached a result with the two bodies, that have led to their ultimate conclusions. But as you know, they aren't taking any point with regard to there being a failure of the duty.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to my point about boundaries.
So I don't know whether you're going to invite any comments from anybody else at this stage. I just didn't want to miss the boat. And
I'm just going to get into my greenbelt points.
Yes. Okay.
And then I'll open up then.
Just wanted to make sure so that I wasn't being too slow in coming forward.
No. I'll be very clear when it's time. You're not the first person to grow impatient with me, but
It wasn't impatient, sir. I think they call it fear of missing out. I think in popular culture.
No. Don't worry. I like to get everything out of the way, so I don't forget anything. So there's only a couple more points from me. One's about my questions were on greenbelt boundaries. Obviously, the requirements in the framework for when proposed greenbelt boundaries are being proposed to be altered, they should be clearly defined using physical features that are readily recognisable and likely to be permanent. The eastern boundary here, I think, is obvious. I think the other boundaries tend to be hedgerows and trees. So are they sufficiently, recognisable and permanent to give comfort? I suppose the point of the framework is to give some comfort that it's not going to suddenly start rolling back because there's no obvious physical boundary to stop that encroachment carrying on. So hedgerows and trees are sufficient weight there, do you think, to satisfy that?
Yes, so the site does benefit from quite substantial defensible boundaries, and they would remain in place. They are clearly visible.
Okay. I mean, I've seen some of that now, so yeah. And then the next point in my question is about compensatory improvements to environmental quality and accessibility. We talked about this a little bit in overarching terms in the earlier discussions. It has been pointed out to me that the new framework doesn't actually refer to compensatory improvements in this regard. So first things first, we are obviously examining the plan under the December 2023 framework. I don't know if the council has any views, though, on the materiality of the new framework in regard to these questions, just in general terms. I mean, the plan does set out compensatory improvements, so they are there. But
it does, and as you say, we are examining the plan in this respect under the 23 version, the later aspects of the MPPF will have more bearing in the context, or do have a bearing in the context of any discussion around what might happen in the circumstances where the plan is found potentially to be unsound. But that wouldn't apply directly to the compensatory improvements element, so there's no particular reason for taking a different approach.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to make sure we weren't going to be talking cross purposes. The compensatory improvements, I think the statement refers to there's nothing specific here, but you've obviously there is policies where set out a whole raft of general improvements. Is it sufficient to sort of rely on those general improvements to satisfy the framework with regard to this site?
Our position is that it is. One can look at the more general delivery that will be achieved, but that's our general position.
Okay.
Mr. Gillespie wants.
There is also the area of public open space or open space, as you referenced earlier, north of the brook, which isn't publicly accessible presently. So that could be seen as a local compensatory improvement.
Okay, thank you. Okay, right. I've gone through my questions and my MIQ, so I'll now invite comment. We'll start then with Mr. Warren.
Thank you, sir. Can I just check the scope of this? If you're happy, sir, I'll just make 2 or 3 points about that overview that you asked for right at the beginning about approach. And then what I was going to do briefly was address your 4.37 and 4.38 and 4.39. So the Greenbelt purposes point, the boundaries and the compensation point. Is that okay? I'll just do all of that in one go.
It's better to get it all out,
Fine.
and the council can prepare its rebuttal.
By all means, sir. Just as a point of clarification before I begin the high-level points, I think the site is identified in the capacity work, and I think in the draft allocation for 160 units. You've probably read in our representations that we wonder whether that's realistic in the end when an application comes forward, because it is very low density. I just raised that point just as a flag, because obviously if it were to be 180, 200, or whatever it may be in the end, the commensurate Greenbelt impacts and also the need for it to be highly sustainable increase in importance. So I wouldn't want it just to be debated, if you like, and for you just to consider 160. It may be more, I think, in the end. So that's just a point of clarification. But in terms of your overall points about the approach here, I just got a couple of points. It's absolutely right that, as I understand it, that it's necessary as part of the council's case on exceptional circumstances for the site to be deemed to be adequately sustainable. I won't say highly or whatever, but in your judgment, adequately sustainable. And that's not a nice to have. That's a necessary part of the exceptional circumstances. So I'm not going to deal with the housing benefits point for the moment and just focus on that in due course. In terms of the how you go about assessing it, I think I agree with the way that Mr. Reid put it, that you start with PTAL because it's a London location and the work has started with that, and it's a benchmark, of long standing, and we all understand what it means. But you do have to take into account everything else. And I think if we're thinking about the 2023 version of the framework, because the numbering's changed, alas, hasn't it? I think it is paragraph 109 in the December 23 framework, which is the one about sustainable locations. And you'll remember, sir, that it says, and this is the same actually in 110, which it now is, it's about citing significant development in locations which are or can be made sustainable, if you remember that. So it's not just about now, I appreciate what it's like now, but what it could be with potential development. And I think in order to judge now and with future development, one has to start with PTAL and then take into account all those other matters. Totally agree with that. One of them, obviously, is what TfL has said about the sustainability of this site. And so I'll come back to that when we talk about those connectivity points later on, your 440 and following. But plainly, including, I think, in relation to their latest, the Statement of Common Ground, which is, for your reference, sub 14J, I think, sub 14J. TfL are registering dissatisfaction with the level of connectivity and availability of services, and indeed the ability to improve them. It's a specific point which goes together with MPPF 109, as it was, which is relevant to this consideration. So hugely important, obviously, we'll come back to that. And the other points I just wanted to raise overall was, I think it said, certainly in the original work that the council, that's still part of the council's case as I understand it, that there's a point about how much harm would be caused, there's a point about accessibility, a point about housing, and there's also a point about delivery. So you maybe remember this, that there's obviously the other two, the very big allocations, it's said would take a long time to come forward. And so one of the benefits, one of the justifications for some smaller Greenbelt releases, they would be quick. But in this case, I'm not sure that's correct on the evidence that we've got, because in the allocation part of the plan, in the assessment, which is in the third document, for first appendix, technical appendix, at page 156 of 200 in PDF, so just for your note, it identifies these 160 coming forward in 10 plus years. So I'm not sure it may be about other sites, I don't know, but about this site, I don't think the work supports as part of the exceptional circumstances case. It'd be quick, it'd be nice and quick to get units here. So with those general points out of the way, I won't say very much more than's been said already about the inconsistency that we find in the work between very high and high degree of impact. For my part, so reading it, I'm not sure that it is explained, and it's possible to say it's a mistake, but it's quite difficult to see how that would have happened unless it reflects, different views at different stages of the process, one of which, as it were, was a hangover. That's equally, in my submissions, a plausible explanation about why in GRE1, in the summary table at page 82, we see very high, and then in other parts and in the later document GRE7, we see only high. But so there's no question about it, even when you look at the GRE1, which I think is 2023, isn't it, the LUC Greenbelt work. There is a table, so it might be worth just very briefly looking at it, which is in GRE1 at page, well, the sections begin at page 64 PDF. It's, is that the right reference? Yeah. What have you got there, sir, at 64?
For me, brings me to a series of maps.
Oh. Yes.
In GRE1.
In GRE1, that's right. So they're assessment maps, essentially, with and each one of them relates to one of the 5 purposes of the green belt. And you'll see that the work that underlies whatever one comes out with at the end, whether it's high or very high or strong or whatever, you can see the way that the analysis that's relied on, as I understand it, by the council deals with this site over on the far left-hand side, that in relation to the first one, figure 6.1, they call it purpose 1, but A, within the relevant paragraph of the framework, strong. And then we have a moderate for B. I'll come back to that. But if you just scroll down, you'll see strong for the others until you get to figure 6.6, where you get the high overall judgment. So what we have is 4 strongs and a moderate. So matter of judgment, obviously, for you, sir, but that's the conclusion that is reached. There isn't really any explanation because there's no quantification. You don't get to, strong if you get to 6 or 7 or whatever it may be.
Not a totting up exercise.
No, it's not a totting. And of course it's judgmental, I accept that, but it is quite difficult when you've got 4 strongs and a moderate to see at the end that it, as it were, drops into the lower of those 2 categories. But anyway, be that as it may, so that's what it says. But on any view, it's and I think this was said, wasn't it, just earlier on today, it's a high-performing site in Greenbelt purposes terms, and that obviously weighs against the exceptional circumstances being made out. It's not a grey belt site, though I do notice there in the CBRE work that's been put in on behalf of the Duchy, under this heading, there is a suggestion, the merest suggestion, that this site is a grey belt site, which suffers from 2 main problems. One is all the work shows that, for instance, it's performed strongly on a number of the purposes, particularly A, but also, sir, it's difficult to talk about grey belt when one's applying the 2023 MPPF, as you just pointed out.
Yeah,
so,
I would rather not get into those.
No, it's a bit of a cul-de-sac. I just mentioned it.
No, not saying you can't
noted.
raise it.
No.
But it's you understand the.
I raise it to close it down, really. Yeah. Because I don't think it's right on the work that we've seen, and I don't think it's relevant in relation to the policy. So it's a high-performing greenbelt site. And can I just come back to the one bit of assessment in those? If you could scroll back up again, sir, to page 65, PDF page 65, which is that figure 6.2. you'll see that's the one, that's purpose B, which is the encroachment to the coalescence of neighbouring towns purpose. And it's said to be moderate. And I would ask you, sir, just to consider whether that's in fact correct. The judgment is based, as I understand it, on just a sentence or two that we find in this document. And I think, well, it's in GRE 7, which is the Appendix D, sir, at page 3. I don't know whether you've got that. Page 3 of 102. Sorry, it's quite...
Give me 1 second. Yes, got it.
So it's got LP 465, which is this site at the top. And then it's got a bit of commentary on why, you know, 4 of them are strong and 1 of them is moderate. And when you look at the purpose 2 reasoning, it says the site is peripheral to a gap between Greater London and Potter's Bar to the north. It's open, formed of agricultural fields, strong distinction. And obviously, so you'll consider this, but if you, I mean, probably at this point, with your knowledge of the area, don't need to go to a drawing, but if you consider where this site is in relation to the gap between Potter's Bar on the one hand and this bit of Greater London on the other, this is actually one of the parts that's closest, obviously, to Potter's Bar, and therefore forms part of that gap. And it is a little, I have to say, I won't overstress it, but it's a little bit difficult to see quite why it's only been given a moderate scoring in relation to that purpose as well. But so again, that's the most detail I'll come to on this particular point. And just finally on this, before I turn to the boundary and the compensatory improvements points, there is a suggestion, and again, forgive me, I'm just mentioning it very briefly because I don't want to have, as you suggested, a kind of to and fro across the room about this. There is a floating in the CBRE reps about the February 2025 PPG, and that said it hasn't got any transitional provisions. It's relevant to some degree, it's said, to your assessment here. And then it is suggested, I think, that Hadley Wood's a village, and therefore, you know, if you read the new PPG, one shouldn't be too concerned about purpose B, because that's all about towns and expressly not about villages. And in particular, sir, it's said that the neighbourhood plan, of which obviously my clients are the fathers and mothers, calls Hadley Wood a village, refers to it as a village. And so I don't want to take time by taking you to the detail, etc. of that, but when you've got a moment, have a look at it. Quite wrong as a characterisation of what the neighbourhood plan calls it. It's true to say, I think, in one of the early paragraphs, talking about leafy views out and so on, it talks about some of the village having some of the settlement having a village-like character. But actually, it's very clear when you read it as a whole that it talks about the character of the settlement as a very unusual bit of, you know, semi-connected suburbia attached to the rest of Enfield. So there isn't, in fact, a point about my clients calling it a village. It is something, as the work that the council relies on itself, you know, recognises, it's a settlement to which purpose B applies, and the real dispute is whether it's, you know, a high impact or highly performing or moderately performing in relation to that. So that's all I've got to say on that part. Overall, weighs very heavily against the release of it when you're doing the exceptional circumstances test. On the boundary side, I don't have very much to say. Would the definition of the boundaries be affected? The improvements points, you can improve the boundary and so on. I think you'll take a view about, I don't know whether you'll go back, I suspect, will you? Yeah, take a view about that. It's said that would be enough. You know, query. One of the problems with this site, in terms of, as it were, hedging it off from future incursions into the green belt, is the topography. So it's not a flat site where, if you've got a decent hedge and so on, you know, it might well screen two-storey housing and only see a bit of the roof. The topography here is such that it's going to be very clear, and the fact that it will be very clear when the 160 or however many houses are built will be relevant to future cases about incursions. because it will be said, or could be said anyway, well, look, in visual terms, the next field's already heavily impacted by the urban edge because of the topography. So that's worth bearing in mind. I think it's not quite as easy as just saying the hedge could be improved. The other point, sir, is about the open space, which we might come back to later on. It overlaps with your compensatory improvements point. We're not clear at the moment precisely what's being considered there in terms of accessibility into that sink. It's not just a sink, obviously. It's also an area which is affected by flooding, as you know, and there's a big band across most of that little triangle to the north of the brook, obviously because of the brook and the drafty. So we don't really know what's envisaged because it would be pretty difficult to get a lot of weight, if you like, in the exceptional circumstances balance by making very significant improvements to that area given the constraints that it contains, both ecological and in terms of flooding. So query really about that. And then finally on compensatory improvements, that was really what was referred to there. I noticed that in the, again, the CBRE work on this, under question 4.39, there's reference to improving the walking route to the east, the Salmon Way, which we haven't talked about so far this morning. Some of it obviously passes through the Greenbelt, some it doesn't. And query how much weight really can be given to that, given the effect of the development of the site itself. But beyond that, so I don't have anything further to add on compensatory improvements. That brings me through to 4.40 and all the sustainability stuff, which I'll come back to when we're dealing with that in a minute, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless you'd like me to deal with all of that now.
No, I think we'll just obviously the weight one will give to PPGs, frameworks and changes to all that is for me to decide. But interesting in all the views on whether or not, in principle, the point about the PPG is a valid one in that there are no transitional arrangements and therefore, helpfully, there are transitional arrangements in the framework but not in the PPG.
Yes.
That is actually a valid point. Whether or not it's a village or a town, for me to determine, and obviously the weight I will give to all these is for me to determine. But I just want to make clear: are you disputing the point that it's a material?
I don't think I can.
No,
I hope I didn't give that impression. So no, I'm not disputing the fact that it might be relevant for you to have a look at the PPG, because as I said myself, it doesn't say this only applies where you're applying the 2024 MPPF and later versions of it. But one obviously has to read it in that context, because its primary purpose, obviously, those new paragraphs anyway, are about identifying what grey belt is. So you've got a very strong focus on that. It's true to say, for instance, on the villages towns point, which is the express reference that's made to it in the CBRE work for the Duchy, it's difficult to say that's irrelevant to you. It just doesn't take you anywhere when you go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll get Mr. Harbott's views. I'll get the Duchy's views, and then I'll probably have a break and get the council cogitate on his response. So, Mr. Harbott, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It might be worth me just reading out the foreword to the Hadley Wood Neighbourhood Plan, which quite clearly sets overall Hadley Wood has the characteristics of a rural village, and is not suggesting it is a village, but it also goes on and highlights some of the reasons for that, which are pertinent to the discussion which we have talked about. It's relatively isolated, car dependent, poorly served by public transport, very local, very limited local infrastructure or services. So that was just the context for that. Clearly in the characterisation study, I haven't got the particular document reference, I can find it in a minute, but that states that Hadley Wood is a large suburb. And if you look at the maps of the built-up area of London, it clearly identifies that Hadley Wood is part of the built-up area. So I do think that any reference to village has been totally taken out of context.
That's DES 42, I think, that document.
There are a couple of, or at least one correction I want to make. Mr. Reid mentioned cycle routes in the vicinity, and there are no safe, maintained cycle routes in Hadley Wood. There is, which are off-road. There is, in one of the references, a proposed linkage of national cycle route, which has not been constructed, does not exist. So
when I was there, just going for my, if I return, there was I was standing outside the railway station on the. You come to the end of the. I don't know if it's got a name of the actual track that brings you around the back of Crescent and to the railway station. There is a sign there that I didn't take a photograph of it. I thought it said national cycle route along there. Is that not? It does say there's a. It does say the sort of the sign. Obviously, it's the behest of National Rail.
Correct. That linkage is about 500 metres between two main roads. It is unlit, it is unmaintained, it has warning signs that it is rough, and it doesn't connect to anything else. So it doesn't take us to a nearby high street or a nearby school or anything.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful because obviously, yes, it would have.
And one further comment where we have been provided with different information is on the primary school. I note that council accept that it is full to capacity. The governors have been told that there will be no expansion of the primary school because there is excess capacity elsewhere in the borough. So I would question a real commitment to expansion in Hadley Wood, and I would hope that an aspiration is not sufficient weight to consider that that is well served.
Just out of interest or context, or just for completeness, where's the next, if you like, nearest primary school? If you were clearly the way schools work now, it's not as simple as saying you go to the school that's nearest, or if that's full, you go to the next one, and then you go to the next one. But just out of just curiosity.
The next nearest is on Monk and Hadley Common, which is in the borough of Barnet, and would be most probably a mile or so from the site.
Okay, I mean, it probably didn't take me
That
anywhere,
is, and I don't know what the capacity is there, but that's again, it's another single entry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Have you?
I think it's convenient if I.
If you,
yes. As I said in opening, I represent the residents, and I just wanted to add the lived experience of being in Hadley Wood to some of the tables and discussions, as you necessarily get from tables and harm and everything else, and you'll be very well aware of the level of objections from Hadley Wood, which I wish to emphasise as showing the value of that site, not just a number of people protesting about something in a plan, but it's integral to how it's valued and how it's seen. And underlying this is the complete lack of engagement in preparation of the plan to evaluate harm or anything else with the local residents. The objections were put in, it's hardly referred to in the evidence base, it's hardly discussed in the papers. They've done their tables, they've had a consultant and produced, but very little connection. But the real lived experience of Hadley Wood, of this site, and it's very helpful so that you've been there, is that this is not some remote field. This is right in the setting next to Hadley Wood. As people walk around, you look up and down that valley, you see it. Our land at Hadley Wood is between that site and that east-west green corridor linking up with the railway, where we had a huge engagement with Network Rail to make sure the trees were kept and it was maintained as a green corridor. And those representations of the residents just show that that's a very valued site. It's true, it's not been accessible, but it's, as you've seen, you see it every day walking down to the station. The children see it as they went down. As you walk down from that cycle path, you're looking across and up the Monk and Hadley Valley for those uninterrupted views. So I just wanted to bring out that this is a real part of a real settlement. It's not some remote village with abstract ideas of biodiversity.
Okay. Some of that is outside the scope of Greenbelt, but so you don't, when we get on to more general matters of suitability, you don't need to obviously tell me that again. That's understood. Thank you.
I would come back on sustainability and transport, but I understand that's in the next question.
We've covered some of it. I mean, is there anything new?
Well, again, it's giving flesh to it. So where the trains are into London, not across. That's a very big point. We're not accessible across. The trains not being for an hour or whatever it is in peak time, but during the day, they're every half an hour. But that's very critical because it's a very unreliable service. So anybody going into London has to weigh up whether or not to actually allow an hour. So it's a very occasional service. In terms, sorry, sir.
Okay, make your point.
And in terms of cars and car light, it is notorious that Hadley Wood is a very car place. The neighbourhood plan has a major element of trying to ensure that not every single front garden is paved over, because on all of them you see 2 or 3 cars. That it just is the nature of the place. And I don't think anyone should doubt that if this became accessible for building, these would not be affordable homes for people trying to get across to the east part of the borough. They would not be for the people working in the parade. They would be expensive houses for different sort of people coming in to make their homes, and they will have cars.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've covered. I picked up some of the accessibility points early on because one of the council's arguments for why this is exceptional circumstances is that it's, as far as the council is concerned, a highly accessible site. So we've had that discussion. There are some points that I want to pick up with the council. Actually, Mr. Warren reminded me more than anything, but it does relate to what some of the suggested modifications are about mitigation and so on. And I guess the point is, the point was made really, is it, A, are some of these public transport improvements necessary as per what TfL's, in terms of TfL's concerns? Because on one hand, say either it's a highly accessible, sustainable location, and you therefore don't necessarily need to improve the public transport, or you're just enhancing what's already a good service, or it's not in a highly accessible location and you need to make it such through mitigation measures. And I think TfL's point is that 160 dwellings would not generate sufficient revenue or capacity to deliver those things. But I'm not certain the council's position is, well, we need to do all that because it's not a highly sustainable and accessible location. So I think you're in a disagreement with TfL. But when we get onto the modifications, we have the slight complication and juxtaposition of you've agreed some of those positions with TfL. So we'll get onto that. But I think, so this might be a theme we run through because we'll probably keep coming back to it. But I do think after the break, I will just want to pick up on, when you respond to those points that have been made about accessibility, just picking up on that particular issue about where do we stand with mitigation and what do you think is necessary and is it deliverable? Before we do that, sorry, I will, can you just remind people to put their signs down when they've... I did ask if to get the points out so we don't have to keep coming back.
Sorry, sir. I'm confused as to when we're going to talk about sustainability and question 4.4, because we've been touching on some of those items, and I do have points to raise on accessibility and transport levels. I'm very happy to take them under question 4.4. But
I think
I'm
in terms of transport, as in transport infrastructure, so cumulative transport impacts, that's I would say 4.4. It's all 4.4. But I think in terms of public transport accessibility and that sort of thing, I would hope I've got the picture. Is there anything else you can tell me? I understand from everything I've heard over the last 3 weeks that people in Hadley Wood do not consider this to be a highly sustainable and accessible location for the reasons that that several people already pointed out to me.
Okay. Can I just very briefly emphasise 2 or 3 points?
Okay.
One, I think there is a fundamental error by considering the presence of a railway station as a measure of public transport accessibility. Particularly, you need to look at the frequency of the service and also the destinations that it serves. The train does not take us to our local high streets. It doesn't take us to our local hospitals. It doesn't take us to our local GP premises. It doesn't take us to our local secondary schools. And yes, it is of relevance if we were to work in the City of London. When we have estimated the proportion of journeys undertaken by public transport, foot and cycle, we estimate only 10% of journeys in Hadley Wood are by that medium. And the London plan is quite clear in its target setting, which is 75% of journeys in the suburban area should be by public transport, foot and cycle. So when when the council say they're making a judgment on accessibility, it's a judgment which is far removed from the London plan, which is in place. So I think that fundamental disconnect, it has a railway station, it must be accessible. And I could quote some extreme examples. You know, there's a railway station in Northamptonshire, which has 1 train each way a week. So clearly, the presence of a railway station isn't a guarantee of accessibility. It might be a start point for an evaluation, but that evaluation should take into account frequency and the destination served. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, okay. Just want to play devil's advocate for a second on this, because it's a point that was made about relativity, and that lots of places outside London, lots of plans like this are being drafted outside London where sites are being identified as being in sustainable accessible locations, obviously without a train station. And so on. And it can still be demonstrated they're sustainable, but obviously also in certain locations the framework is mindful of the fact, the national planning policy is mindful of the fact that in certain locations your access to public transport will differ depending on context. So is it fair to, while maybe in comparison to some parts of Enfield and some parts of London, it wouldn't rate as highly as others, but say playing devil's advocate, isn't it still the fact you have got some access to train travel, some access to facilities, and is it actually significantly better than, more significantly better served than a lot of areas? And is that a relevant factor to you or not, or is it you say, well actually, but that's not the point. The point is not as well served as other parts of Enfield or other parts of Greater London, and therefore it should be treated as such. As well, I said right at the start, I was trying to, and I just asked as a council, I'll ask it of your side, but I don't want to say everyone, is what am I comparing it to? What am I comparing this against? Am I comparing this to your Northampton example, or places in the Peak District or something, or am I comparing it where housing still has to be delivered ultimately, or am I comparing it to, Enfield Town Centre?
No, I would accept it's still a judgment, but all I'm saying is that we need to understand that it is a car-dependent location, and that level of sustainability will not be delivered. I think it's a judgment for you as to how much weight you apply to that and to the London Plan policy on a sustainable location. But clearly, this weighs against Hadley Wood being a sustainable location.
Thank you.
I think we all travelled here from Hadley Wood today by private motor car, because there is no good public transport connectivity east-west in the borough and to here.
Thank you. Very helpful. Sorry, belatedly.
No, so not at all. The onus is on me to be quick, and I will be. I'm going to stick to your rules about not repeating matters that we agree with or what we've got in our statement. So can I just deal in this way, just a very brief overview to pick up on some of the points you've raised. You will, of course, have seen that we have a statement of common ground, which I don't need you to go to now. For your reference, that's document sub 14K made with the council. And I think within the various matters covered in that, there's two matters that I'll just raise with you now in light of the discussion. The first is that things have slightly moved on from the position Mr. Warren flagged up about deliverability in terms of timescale, because it's absolutely right to note that the draft allocation proposes, I think, 10 years before the first house, but it's now agreed with the council, and you'll see that in the statement of common ground. No doubt they can speak to that in a moment if needed, that there will be delivery, houses will be delivered sooner than that. The first houses would be on site prior to 2030 and certainly by 2030. So that's a significant change on that position.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you.
That's all right, sir.
The question, that's obviously a question that will come up, and we talked about delivery and trajectory. In terms of the assessment of this site for allocation in the plan and determining whether exceptional circumstances exist, if one of the general things the council was considering was speed of delivery, then is the fact that they, well, albeit they may have agreed that time's moved on and things have changed. If I'm looking at it from how did the council assess it? They assessed it as 10 years plus. So would it be fair to say then that, probably for the council to answer, how much weight they were giving to delivery in exceptional circumstances?
Yeah.
Because that's obviously what I'm thinking about in this context.
Yes, I mean,
so when we get to delivery, it might be a different thing. Well, I'm still thinking, well, how did the council determine that, and whether it justified to determine it? Well, they determined it on the assumption it was going to be 10 years plus.
Absolutely. I mean, even on that assumption, it would still be a sound allocation. But that sort of flagging up the sort of up-to-date position for you. And I know you're in other matters and broader matters, you're considering trajectory and timings and so forth. But I think that is relevant to flag, seeing as that was raised particularly by the Neighbourhood Forum. So the other point I'd just flag up is a rather sort of Delphic agreement between the council and my client at 3.3 about the PPG, which we touched on a moment ago, and I think it's agreed that there are no transitional arrangements. And I'm pleased, my friend Mr. Warren accepts at least the principle that the PPG, so far as that aspect of Greenbelt, which has come more recently, it could be material at least. I hear what he says about the village's point. So I think it is material. The point, I'm not going to repeat what's in our representations, but I would make this point to you, that we do raise points about villages, or whether it's a village, matter for your judgment, but it goes quite considerably beyond that. The point about, and some of the arguments we make in our representation, which I'm not going to repeat now, stem from the proposition that what you have in the PPG is further clarity generally on what might be a weak, moderate or strong contribution to the purposes. So just to give you one example, in relation to the purpose one, just check unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, one of the points we make there has got nothing to do with whether it's a village or not. It's to do with whether you might consider the development in due course to constitute an incongruous pattern of development. And there's some guidance within the PPG. You'll see under both the strong, moderate and weak, dealing with incongruity, if that's the correct word, and how you might assess that. That didn't exist before. We've set out in our case why, clearly given the nature of the site, it's not going to be incongruous looking at that PPG guidance. So again, those are the kind of points which I think we're all now agreed it's material to your consideration that we would invite you to look at. So even if we're wrong on the village point, there's a number of other points. I've given you one example which are relevant and now agreed to be material. The other points I would flag up just about the evidence. You've got the Grey 7 document, which is the Greenbelt assessment. That, again, I don't need you to go to, but I don't think I'm wrong in saying that the site was assessed, I think it was LP 465. But the assessment undertaken there included the entirety of the site, by which I mean beyond the brook, the northern part. So when the judgments, as I understand it, I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, when the judgments were made in that assessment as to the purposes and harm, they were done on that basis. Now, we now know that in the allocation, that's not going to be part of it. It's going to be preserved as open space. It's a point we touch on, and that clearly will have some relevance to your judgments now, in my submission as to those various points. Again, we set out the detail in our representations. I don't repeat them now. So that's by way of overview. So in terms, very briefly, of the debate about accessibility or sustainable in terms of access, I think Mr. Gillespie's right, so I don't repeat what he says, but in short, PTAL is an indicator, but it goes no further than that. It's one constituent part of a judgment in these matters. In our submission, you've had the benefit, I think, of seeing the site already. This is one of those cases where we shouldn't be shy of saying in planning judgment terms, and our submission is pretty obvious. This is a site that has very good access to public transport. There is a relativity point. I'm afraid you're just going to have to grapple with that. But our submission to you is that the top two papers assessment that it has excellent access to public transport based on the methodology that Mr. Gillespie spoke to is the correct approach. Right to so note. You've heard lots of information about access to stations, which I'm not going to repeat, but it clearly is, we say, accessible. And PTAL is a pretty limited tool that has, I think, as most people who've been in planning for not too long know, it's limited in its scope and what it actually assesses. So that's all I think I'll say about that. The other related point, just looking forward, and perhaps we'll touch on this later, that in the proposed allocation there are a number of requirements, as it were, if the site's to be developed, which seek to improve accessibility in a number of ways. You think Mr. Warren mentioned the Salmon Way. I think it's the Salmon Brook Walk, and perhaps we'll hear a bit more about that. But I make the point at the moment that one of the points inherent in the allocation is that it seeks in a number of ways to improve, or seeks to enable opportunities which the site provides to improve accessibility to various matters, including, for example, the Salmons Brook walking route. And maybe the council, I think you flagged up to them already, will come back on you on how important or significant that is. So it's a final 2 points. One is just touching on the points about benefits in the sense of the housing that might be provided. So the Duchy as an organisation is not an organisation that land banks. It's an organisation, so as you probably know, it seeks to provide and would have to provide on this site a considerable amount of affordable housing, and that would, of course, go to meeting the social objective in the MPPF. In terms of some of the issues that were raised a moment ago, particularly in terms of distribution and whether, I think you asked whether the benefits would be macro or micro. I think it is both. If one's looking at the macro level, one of the points that we've made can be summarised in this way, that there are various allocations proposed in much more densely populated areas which were not going to enable this kind of proposal to come forward. And so there's a benefit, we would say, in enabling this kind of a diversity of types of development which can perhaps be achieved better on a site like this than it could be in the high-density proposals, perhaps in the southeast of the borough. So that's one point to make. The particular kind of housing we have in mind for the allocation would be two types, really. The affordable family homes, which have been mentioned, which we think there's a particular local need for as well, but also affordable homes of a downsizing nature, someone who's got the big home, kids have gone away, and that's a particular need for the area as well. So that's what I think we'd flag up on those points. I don't think I want to trouble you with anything more at this stage. Obviously, I don't need to add anything on boundaries. We agree with the council's position on that. Well-defined boundaries. You've got our representations. That's all I'll say at the moment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would like to go to have a break, but let's get to the end before.
I'm going to delay you for more than 10 seconds, sir. I just wanted to just be clear, just so that I understand. When I made our points earlier, obviously I said some of the more detailed points about accessibility I was going to come to under your 4.40. So I just make that point, sir. I know that we've ranged a bit widely, but obviously I didn't make those points earlier for that reason.
I'm wondering what more points could be made.
Well, there are a couple of additional points, fairly major points, but we can do them immediately after the break, sir. Seeing as it's 11:15.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll pin in those. As I say, I raised it now because it is a central plank of the justification to remove the sites from the green belt. Albeit, I accept that it also relates to paragraph 4. My question's 4.4. That's the inevitable overlap. So I was rather hoping to not have to rehash any of that once I'd heard it. Obviously, things like impact on road network, which is obviously a transport issue as well. That's a different. But if it's
I'm talking about the main points, like whether it's even in a relative way,
right?
Sustainable.
Okay. Good. Well, can we make them now then? Because then. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I won't take very long, but there are a couple of important points, I think, to note on this. Having just heard what Mr. Cosgrove said about we consider it to be highly sustainable, it's obviously right that just being able to walk to a station doesn't put you in a higher bracket because it depends on what the station does. And so I won't repeat those points. They're all obviously factually correct about how limited the service is. But the real key to this, so you'll find in the statement of common ground, which I think is called, it's slightly difficult to track this down, but I think it's on that front page of the website rather than in the list. That's not the right one, is it?
14J.
Yeah, but that's not 14J. Sub 14J, the statement of common ground with TfL. Sorry? Yeah, I've just opened the one you've emailed me. There's this. I don't know whether you have that, sir. My reference says PDF page 104 of 129. Does that make sense when you opened it? It's in a tabular form, I think, isn't it? And it sets out in the columns the progress of discussions and so on between the council and TfL. And you'll notice, sir, that in the latest of which I think is the third column, of the TfL responses, and this is a move, I think, from the very broad objection that they had in terms of the sustainable location of this particular site. There's reference to car light. Do you see that reference? Now, so that's a reference, as I think it says, to a policy of the London Plan, policy T6, and then in brackets B. But just before I come to that, sir, you'll see that just below that reference to car light, there is the repetition. And this, as I understand it, sir, unless I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, this remains TfL's representation to you about the connectivity and accessibility of this particular site. That paragraph about it being poorly connected is still TfL's position. And obviously they're able to take a view across London, certainly across Enfield, about what is or isn't a well-connected site. You know, it's well within their ambit of expertise, to which, you know, courts are constantly telling us to give great weight as to the major statutory consultee about how poorly served this is at the moment. But the real key, sir, which I hope anyway, helps form a judgment about this in the context of exceptional circumstances, is that reference to the parking policy in London, T6B. And so you don't need to open it now, but can I just give you the reference to that? So it's capital T6 and then part B of that London Plan policy, which is the one that refers to car light. And that, the first sentence of 6B, talks about well-connected sites should be car-free. And then it says, in other locations. So it says car-free where well connected to public transport, and then with developments elsewhere designed to provide the minimum necessary parking, brackets car light. So not only do they maintain their overview, but the concession, if you like, or the move on by reference to T6 actually makes the point again, because that draws a distinction between well-connected to public transport places and those elsewhere. And obviously the car light policy applies there. So it really just underlines, I think, in a slightly different way, the main consultee's view about how poorly connected to public transport this site is. And so the only other point, we didn't talk about buses, but I just refer you to our representations on Matter 4 on that. I won't repeat them, sir, as you asked us not to at the beginning. But that gives you, as it were, chapter and verse about how poor the bus service is at the moment. And then finally, so just to reflect on what was said about mitigations and so on, huge scrutiny, I think, has to be given to that, sir, here, because at 160 or even 180 or 200, it's just simply too small a development to make major changes to new bus routes, new buses, let alone obviously trying to influence the usability of the train service. And so it will be important, it seems to us, sir, anyway, to scrutinise precisely how realistic it is that this is a site that could be made, to come back to the words of the framework, could be made sustainable. Plainly isn't at the moment, as TfL says, and they're expressing their scepticism that it could be. So that's all I wanted to add. So I'm very grateful.
Thank you. There's a little bit of repetition in there, but I'll overlook it this once. We'll take a break now, then, so the council can belatedly, as is often the case. So we'll come back at I think 22:12. We'll see how far we can get before lunch. Okay, 22:12. Thank you very much. Nothing new, so I'm going to just ask the council to respond. There's a wide range of matters, many of which we're flitting around the map a little bit, but as long as we get there by the end of the day and everyone's said what they want to say and we've covered everything, that's fine. But I think if you want to just pick up the points you want to respond to, if there's anything that I think's missing, I'll just prompt it, if that's okay.
Yes, certainly. So, thank you. We'll deal with a few of those points, I think. If I start with the forum's points, the first of which relates to a query as to the realism of the delivery of 160 units. I think because of the suggestion that, it is at a very low density, but of course the density itself is giving greater flexibility, greater opportunity for the sort of disposition of development and the type of development coming forward. I mean, there is a point to make, I think, about the 160, that it isn't an entirely fixed figure. It does indicate the position with regard to numbers, but one needs to bear that in mind. That said, we've of course looked at it as 160 and reached the conclusion that we have. But when looking at the question as to what the need actually is here, and there's been a lot of talk, I think, as to the, I don't say that pejoratively, but a lot of points raised about why this is going to actually just be the reiteration of expensive housing. But it's worthwhile bearing in mind that the degree of space on the ground, as it were, does enable for a degree of flexibility, well, a large degree of flexibility as to the size of the units that can come forward. And Mr. Gillespie has indicated why it is that the various proposed local plan policies will seek to deliver that. And as part of the decision-making process, the neighbourhood plan will be taken into account, and the neighbourhood plan's own aspirations here. And see aspiration 7. I don't ask you to turn it up, so it's PDF 116. But the approach taken in the plan, the neighbourhood plan, is seeking opportunities for downsizing and housing options for their children to stay in the area where they've grown up, rather than more top-end apartment buildings. And part of the problem that has been identified, indeed, by the forum as expressed through the plan, is that within the built-up area of Hadley Wood, there's a difficulty in being able to deliver housing, because what is being delivered are extensions to existing houses, making them very large, or the knocking down and rebuilding for other large houses. So this site, we say, provides an opportunity to deliver those needs. And that touches in part on what we've talked about earlier on with regard to the imperative behind the release on this site. So, in short, it chimes with what Hadley would want. I mean, there is an unfortunate inconsistency, really, between that aspiration, the identification that there are problems with delivering it, and yet at the same time saying, as another aspiration, that they don't want any development outside of the development boundary. But I leave it there. Then on TfL's position, and maybe that I touch on some of Mr. Harbott's points as well when I'm dealing with this. And before looking at and this is really dealing with sustainability, and I'll bring TfL into the picture. But when looking at the question of sustainability, of course, it is important that one looks at the particular circumstances of a site and looks at it in relative terms. And we've said how we've gone through the process of analysing that. But it isn't devoid, that this issue isn't devoid of a position actually being taken by the Forum on this matter. Because they put in a lot of documentation. Again, not pejoratively, it's very helpful to see the documentation that they have submitted. But one of those documents is a walkability index produced by Space Syntax. And you'll see that in one of the, you may well have seen it already. But what that shows is it gives an average for Enfield in terms of the walkability index, which is at 24. It gives then a Crescent Way a walkability index, and it's at 27. So actually, this is showing that if you're looking at it on a relative basis, in walkability terms, it's got a better position than the average in Enfield. Which, of course, is relevant. There are other indexes that indicate that it's low for London, but that's not what we're looking at. Going back to the question of TfL, the point about TfL, when you look at what they talk about, and I don't make a specific criticism of the approach that they've taken, but they have done it, which is to concentrate on the PTAL. That's how their response is set out. And I'm grateful for Mr. Warren not to point to what actually had been pointed out in other documentation, that there's some sort of apparent inconsistency between our position of high accessibility or good accessibility and what we've agreed with TfL in the appendices to the Statement of Common Ground, that where we say that we recognise poor accessibility. You remember the phrase. We say that in the context of PTAL, not in the context of our view of accessibility. And the important point is that TfL have concentrated very much on how this site stands in PTAL terms, not in terms of its overarching accessibility. And one can understand why they do that, because they have a degree of standardisation around that sort of issue. They're dealing with a lot of sites, and they've taken the view that that's the way to look at it. But it isn't sufficient necessarily to understand the full degree of accessibility. So when one looks at that, when one looks at it in that way, one can understand why they have said about T6 what they have, namely the delivery of car light, but car light in the context of a low PTAL, which is what T6B is looking at. It's not looking at a general accessibility assessment. What it does mean, though, is that TfL recognise that there are steps to be taken, even on from their own perspective, which will have an ability to assist with accessibility. And you'll remember that in relation to Crucial and Chase Park, the stance taken by TfL, one of the important issues that they were particularly concerned about, was making sure that the parking provision was the right level. And in a car light system, and they were concerned that that needed to be dealt with properly. And it's something that they see as being a proper objective with regard to this site. Now, our position is, just to touch on that one issue of, well, how far does one need to have these various benefits, or these various sustainability improvements incorporated in circumstances where we say it's got high accessibility. I mean, our basic view is that it does have that high accessibility, but of course there are ways always to improve it and to bolster it for the long term. And incorporating those other measures has the ability to do that. So that's the position on TfL. There is a point, as I said, I'll come back to with regard to Mr. Harbott. And Mr. Harbott's point is that, well, the trains pass through the site. And one thing to bear in mind on the train regularity is something that we haven't really dealt with. Safe to say that it does have in a peak hour a 4-hour destination. But the aspiration that TfL has for train proposals that, and I'm going to forget the phrase that is used that Mr. Gillespie will tell me.
Turn up and go.
Thank you. Turn up and go. The turn up and go approach is in relation to a minimum of what is required of six services per hour, and we in peak are at 4 per hour. It also involves other issues, which include the ability to actually get onto a train without having to queue for tickets, that you can just put your bank card in and go straight through. And that's something that is achievable as well. But the important point about the train destinations is that Mr. Harbott says, well, they only go into London and out of London. But the question is, well, not is that appropriate or is that sufficient? It's, well, how does that compare with any other services? And I do ask you to consider, sir, the degree to which in these outer London boroughs there is the ability to cross over in that way in the other London boroughs. And more importantly, can you do it in other parts of Enfield? What unfortunately I suggest is being done is trying to test Hadley Wood against the very best of accessibility, and that would be quite wrong to do. Then there's another point that Mr. Harbott made about the cycle route and saying, well, the cycle route is a little way distant, and the Sustrans route isn't actually very good. Well, that's exactly what enables a contribution to achieve by way of support. More importantly, though, there is the Sustrans route. So that's what I'd say about Mr. Harbott's point on that. There is another point, and sorry, there was something said by, I think, Mr. Wilson about train services, which was that the train services are unreliable. And as a result of that allegation, which I don't think has been made before, we checked to see what the stated position on reliability is for Hadley Wood, and it's at 86%, which is one of the highest reliability indices of the train services, I think, throughout the southeast. But I leave it there. I don't.
Okay, and I just want to say on that point, I don't want to get into a debate on that.
Quite.
And back when you're going to tell me it's not, and
exactly so. So perhaps it might be worth.
These are probably things I can find out for myself.
It might be worth scrubbing that from the notes. Yeah. So I'm happy to do that rather than raise the issues around that. Going on though to the next point made by the forum. With regard to the question of the Greenbelt harm, I won't deal with deliverability. That's already been dealt with by Mr. Cosgrove. We've indicated what the position was. It doesn't alter our case on the imperativeness of the delivery of the various needs. So I won't go back over that. But just dealing with the question of Greenbelt Harm, the point was made that it's difficult to see actually how it could be anything other than very high. And do you remember we were taken to GRE 7? And GRE 7 is what I wanted to show you, because it does, because it was also said by Mr. Warren, well, actually there's no explanation of how you get to the conclusion around what is or how you get to the conclusion of levels of harm. I'll just have to find it now, forgive me while I just get GRE 7 to hand, but it's on page 4 if you're already there, so you've got it. Oh, well then, it looks like you may have had that in mind, because because page 4 sets out the analysis actually with regard to how the levels of harm have been identified.
Your point earlier, and I'm not, obviously, again, was though that even if it had been identified as very high, you don't believe that would have altered your conclusions?
No, that's right. And I mean, one can, in inquiries and examinations, one can start to have disputes around very small issues. Taking a step back, does it really make very much difference? Here we say no for the reasons that we've already set out. So that deals with that point. It's to the issue around whether we properly characterise the extent of the harm with regard to purpose 2 as moderate correctly. Again, you can see that analysis undertaken at page 3, and there's a clear distinction actually between the sort of judgment that's reached around purpose 2 and those that are reached between the other 4 purposes. And one can then understand the degree of the justification for the difference. I don't go back over that in any details.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly confusing, I suppose, in that on that page 4, where under moderate, well, I suppose it's just where the headings are, but it does sort of, purpose 2, it does talk about high. So in context of purpose 2, it would release its release would have a minor impact on the distinction, et cetera, such that overall the release of the site is likely to result in high greenbelt harm. It doesn't necessarily explain why purpose 2 is moderate, other than stating purpose 2 is moderate.
Yes, it was really the point around. I was focusing really on the summary of the contribution to the purposes, which one can see on page 3, just the page before. So.
Beg pardon, I was looking at 4.
And I wasn't going to read through all of it, but if you just take time, as you will, to read through those, you'll see why it is that there is a distinction between the judgments in that sense.
Thank you.
Then on the issue of open space, and it being somewhat unclear as to what is to happen with regard to that area to the north that's identified as open space. Well, in simple terms, I could just get to the nub of it, which is that we think that actually it should be described as green space, because in fact that area is contiguous with another area within the Hadley Wood plan area, which identifies it as green space. So that's how one would regard it, and if one regards it in that way, one can see then how the sink allocation is compatible, because it's the same sink allocation applies also to the area within the Hadley Wood plan area.
Sorry, so the area where there's pictures laid out next door, is that's sink as well?
That isn't sink.
That isn't sink.
The sink is just to the north of that,
right.
But it lies contiguous. If you look back at RUR02 in the little plan, so you'll see there's a dividing line in light green, and that's the divider between the sink area and the open space. The place, but the
existing recreation. I can't remember the title, but it's recreation area.
Yeah. And then I think other point remaining with regard to that I need to deal with at the moment. There is the issue of compensatory improvements that we'll come back to later on, is the applicability of the PPG, given the lack of transitional arrangements, to the question of the impact on purposes. Our position is that we've set it out in the evidence, and we won't go behind that, just simply so the contributors to this case are able to have a particular site to aim at. But we would say that is what Mr. Cosgrove has said, and indeed what Mr. Warren said, as to it being material is appropriate as a conclusion. As to how far that then is of relevance will be a matter of judgment to you, for you, so we won't touch on that.
Have you Mr. Gillespie's put his board up?
He has. Mr. Gillespie, he's trying to do that to stop me, and I'm going to resist him because I do have just a couple more points. It's a sort of thing that I think they do in Parliament, but I'm going to carry on. Just dealing very briefly with the remaining issues. Mr. Wilson raised one particular point about the viewpoints that he thought were of significance. Do you remember down Crescent Way? Well, actually, so you've been to the site, so you've seen it. The location, the specific location, there's only one really that is a clear view. Either you are constrained in your views because you've got houses on the other side, higher up Crescent Way of the site, or there's vegetation that screens the view. The view is a key view that we'll come on to. Key view is identified actually in the conservation area appraisal, and that key view is across the site. And there's something I'll flag up now, because it may be said that, well, there's a limit to the sort of analysis that's been undertaken by the council of things like the landscape and visual harm in terms of what one can see in the documentation. But you'll know that, of course, we have had information provided by way of the call for sites, and the call for sites information included information from the Duchy. And I'm not going to deal with it in detail because it's not before you. It was in the call for sites, Reg 18, and it's not that information isn't part of the evidence base. But I will say that those sorts of matters were taken into account, and part of that led ultimately to the indicative depiction that you see on the key view, the key document, the key plan rather, within RUR 02, and you'll see that there's a line across from the key view, providing the continuation of that view after the development is proposed.
Is that where the sort of junction between Crescent Way and the sort of the track that runs along the rear?
Yeah, it's the yes, exactly.
Because I've got a question about that. So again, which is the policy refers to access points taken at Camlet Way and Crescent West. It's not exactly there's no mark. It's not marked on the inset map. But there's only two logical locations where that could be.
Yes.
One, obviously, where it comes between the houses on Camlet Way, and one at that point. So I guess if that's maintaining the key view, is if that is where the access is, I've got questions about the access, but if that's where the access is that compatible? There's going to be a question, is it whether that's compatible to have both, this is where we want to retain the key view, and also be the main access point. Obviously, I've got a general point about access. But
yes, of course. And Mr. Gillespie can deal with that, but as to whether or not there's a sufficient breadth there, bearing in mind the levels of density that are being proposed, the view was taken by the council that there was going to be sufficient room to be able to maintain that key view. But I'll leave that to Mr. Gillespie and or Ms. Rain to deal with. So that is that. I think now Mr. Gillespie is going to speak to tell me what I've missed. Okay. Thank you, sir. That's
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So just a brief, but I think very important point. We focused on the train services running south into London. but it's also worthwhile pointing out there are 2 trains an hour running to Potter's Bar to the north. It takes 3 minutes on the train, and in the centre of Potter's Bar, immediately adjacent, there's a Sainsbury's supermarket, there's a cinema, a wide range of facilities and services, NHS, dentist, etc. That's a 3-minute journey time from the station.
Okay. Maybe something I'll have to experience, I don't know, so to see how these things are. One, before I move on to some of the general, and I think some of the points that might be raised, we'll probably pick up as we go through some of these other, there's bound to be, say, overlap. But I do want to ask a question of the Neighbourhood Planning Forum, if I may. A couple of points. It's been raised a couple of times by the council. You didn't address it, which is the relationship between the neighbourhood plan and the aspirations of the neighbourhood plan, particularly in terms of family housing and what I've been told, affordable housing, family housing, downsizing, etc. So what's the Neighbourhood Forum's position on that then? Bearing in terms of what I'm told is that actually this is actually furthering the aims of the neighbourhood plan. It's meeting, it's furthering it. So it's a logical relationship to the neighbourhood plan. Obviously, you're objecting to this. So is it not meeting those aims, or those aims not exist?
Well, no, so those aims exist. There are 2 points that were made. One was about what the neighbourhood plan says in relation to downsizing opportunities and affordable housing effectively. And then the second point, which followed on, was that there's an inconsistency between that and the forum's views about whether this site should come forward. There's no inconsistency, obviously, because, as you know from the evidence that the forum's put in, quite a lot of housing in Hadley Wood has come forward over the past few years by way of windfall redevelopment. And some of those, in future, the neighbourhood plan is trying to guide towards a certain type of provision and affordability and so on. So there's absolutely no inconsistency between trying to encourage those outcomes within the urban area, if you like, of Hadley Wood and objecting to an extension into the Greenbelt. But in terms of those needs, it's absolutely true that the neighbourhood plan, obviously made when it was, has those things in mind. It is true also, I think, to say that the kind of exception, the evidence for Hadley Wood having a particularly kind of acute need in this regard vis-a-vis the rest of Enfield is, which I think was said earlier on today, is difficult to justify. Obviously, there's a huge affordable housing need, for instance, across the entirety of the borough. So the people wanting to be able to, their children to be able to move in and get on the housing ladder roughly where they've grown up is true across the whole of Enfield. So it's not just a Hadley Wood point. In terms of what's affordable, it's actually a point rather against the allocation of this site rather than for it, because it is, even with the tenure controls that the LPA would have on application, very difficult when house prices are as high as they are to make units affordable in this part of the borough. So that's a qualified yes, sir, if I can put it that way to your. They do exist, but they exist in a particular way, and they also exist for the most part across the rest of the borough. Meeting affordable housing needs, downsizing size of units, will be possible across the very large allocations that are in the plan. And they'll obviously, as well, without repeating myself, be in substantially more sustainable locations, because they're so big they can put buses, etc., in to ensure that facilities can be reached. So it's that combination.
I'm sure you want me to quote that when I'm dealing with those sites, because I think that some people might argue differently.
Yes.
But thank you. I just wanted to check that I didn't miss any point there.
No, sir. I hope that's clear. So no inconsistency, yes, but it applies to everywhere.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm going to move on then to, and we'll try and get through the next step, which is sort of the other issues relating to the site and whether any of those are sufficient to render it inappropriate, unsound, I suppose would be the right word. The inevitably, again, there's probably going to be some talk, what we talked about, trying to avoid that as much as possible, and then clearly if we're talking about certain sort of constraints, then it might flow into what does the policy, and whether the policy actually says what it needs to say to address those. But again, so sort of Venn diagrams of all these things, and there's bound to be a little bit of overlap. But I'll just try and whip through my points. So I don't want to talk any more about. I've got no more questions about accessibility, but I have got some questions about general sort of transport impacts and the like, and whether or not the individual and cumulative impact of development has been adequately assessed, and there would not be to use the framework, so a residual cumulative impact that would have a I've actually forgotten the words, but severe impact, yes. Severe residual impact on the transport network, and whether that's been robustly assessed.
So the assessments generally on a strategic basis have been undertaken. And the conclusion's been reached that ultimately development can come forward acceptably on this, well, generally on sites within the borough. There's been no identification of a problem that isn't a problem that generally exists with regard to the network in any event. I mean, there has been discussion around that some of the roads in the network on the network are at 100% capacity, but those are at 100% capacity and on the basis of an unmitigated position. Now, I don't say that unmitigated in respect of this site, but I mean in terms of general mitigation that might flow from any other of the allocations. The important point is that the question is whether or not there is going to be a severe effect, cumulative effect, as a result of this development, and there won't be. The point is that it, along with all the other sites within the borough, are going to be the subject of management, and there's been no finding ultimately of a severe residual cumulative effect from those developments. And being a part of it, it will also be regarded as being appropriate. So that's how we viewed it.
Have there been? I guess the answer, from the representations I've seen, don't think I've picked up anything from TfL as a highway authority. Obviously, I note the concerns they've had about sustainability and accessibility, but I've not picked up anything about highway impacts.
Well, we haven't. I'll stand to be corrected, but I haven't seen that they have raised a point about there being a severe cumulative residual effect.
And just carrying on from that, in terms of neighbouring highway authorities, which would be Hertfordshire.
Outside of the London boroughs, yeah.
Yeah. They've not raised any.
No, so no objections from Hertfordshire on the plan.
We do have, and I'm not sure, obviously I will refer to Broxbourne because their objection is still outstanding. I know their concerns are primarily with the A10, so I'm not sure to what extent this site would affect that. I mean, there might be a cumulative impact and how movement of, but directly, it's not accessing onto the A10. So. I just want to pick it up because the other day we were talking about this in DTC matters, and obviously you talked about some matters being agreed with Broxbourne. Just occurs to me, because this is the first time we talked about this on the ground, that obviously I am aware that there's a sort of, I'll call it a draft statement on ground before me, which has not been signed.
That's true.
So I just want to make everyone aware that there's no. I understand that's not been signed, and that will, I'll give requisite amount of weight to that. And I think it was submitted on the basis that the council wanted to demonstrate that they've been trying to agree matters, but they're not agreed.
Yes, that is a good point. And so to the extent that I have made any other different statement to the examination that is incorrect, namely that there wasn't, in fact, an agreement on a particular issue, then, of course, I withdraw that that statement.
You did say that the other day, and I should have picked it up. I sort of, yeah, I've reflected on it since. I thought, well, this is the first opportunity I've had to probably just make sure that everyone's aware where we are. But clearly, I am mindful of, the Broxbourne's concerns may be more related to some of the larger allocations in other parts of the district, but also that obviously they're not, we had this discussion on the duty to cooperate session, they're not the Highway Authority, and obviously I need, particularly in terms of weight, the importance of the Highway Authority's views.
Yes, no, it's a correct point to make, sir. As I say, I'm sorry if by making that statement I did so in mistake. And it may be necessary that we just correct the position with you either later today or by some other means. Okay.
It may be just clear. I mean, the extent to which it's confusing to anyone, I don't know, because I know it wasn't signed when it came in. I'm aware, and best one in the world. I'm the only person who needs to necessarily care about that, because I'll be the one determining the weight. So I don't think it's prejudicing anyone's view, but I just wanted to make sure that if anyone was, if there was people watching and that thought that there had been an error, but this is the first time we're talking about cumulative impact, and as I say, it might not be particularly relevant to this site, but it's generally a point.
I do hope that I did make clear that there were still outstanding issues
I think so, yeah.
with Broxbourne. That's not to be said at all that resolved all of those issues. And that's what I make clear.
But I guess the general point is nothing's changed from the discussion we had before, which is as far as the council are concerned, Broxbourne disagree about cumulative impact, but as far as you're concerned, you're content because you've got your modelling work has been looked over by the various relevant highway authorities, and they're not objecting.
Yes, that's our position, at least as I understand it.
Good, thank you. If I think it's necessary to have some kind, just for the record, I'll think about that.
Are you about to move on, sir, from that?
I am, but I'm not. I'm going to go through all of my.
From the point about highway impact.
Yeah, I'm going to go through all my rather than.
Okay. Well, whenever, sir.
Rather than stopping and starting every 2 minutes, I get everything out. Because my hope is that if I ask questions that cover everyone's, they don't need to tell me because they'll be addressed. So, I would suggest everybody waits until I've made my points. So that's in terms of cumulative transport. Obviously, if anyone has any alternative views on that, then welcome to tell me in due course. Might come on to development when we get to development requirements. Obviously, it will be whether or not clearly the plan as a whole will have policies in it which say development must mitigate any impacts that it identifies. Have any in relation to this site? Have any although you conclude that they're not going to result in severe transport harm, has any sort of mitigation other than what I've seen about pedestrian access and so on? Has any other mitigations been identified that might be necessary in terms of highways?
Not in my understanding, sir.
Thank you. Not from the council, but just obviously flagged by TfL in the modification schedule.
Sorry, when you say flagged by TfL, that some other than public transport, I'm talking about obviously highway improvements in particular. No, nothing's been identified as being necessary or absolute. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just in practical terms about, say, the access, where we talked about that, I think the criterion N suggests that vehicular access as well as pedestrian access, I think, would be from Camlet Way and Crescent West. We touched on this, but I have sort of these, again, just in assessed to the extent there's a reasonable certainty or reasonable likelihood that a safe and suitable means of access can be achieved in these locations. One appears to be between dwellings on Camlet Way, and one is at the edge of edge of some dwellings on Crescent Way, and then obviously where there's a bit of a junction and a bend. So I just wondered the extent to which they've any kind of the extent that it's necessary in allocation, at least, that there's a say reasonable certainty, reasonable likelihood that they are capable of being safe.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just to confirm, officers obviously have been out on site several times as part of undertaking the initial site appraisals and then further down the line. So the obvious access point off Crescent Way, as you point out, at the moment it's sort of informal parking for the train station. That would be the primary access point. And then further up on Camlet Way, there's an access point there that's currently gated, but it is wide enough to provide a suitable access point on that road as well. So yeah, so in our views, we have done the relevant sort of site visits, etc., to make sure that those are the suitable access points.
If I can just add to that, so in terms of the site assessment work as well, when we were looking at the technical constraints or potential technical constraints, one of the highways officers did look through all of the sites with a view to identifying any significant issues at that point in the process.
Okay, and again, I know in at least one site, TfL have raised as Highway Authority concern about a point of access, not this site, so one assumes they have been looking at this, so they've not raised any concerns about the access. Okay, as I say, that covers me for transport. I'm not going to keep stopping and starting. I'm just going to go through all of my points, so we try and get it done as quickly as possible. I did ask already this actually, that part of the allocation is a sink, and I've already asked as to why you would need to allocate part of the land as a sink. I've got the answer to that. I'll, again, contemplate that. I mean, it's not, there are some others, again, sorry to jump back, think about this, there are some of the other allocations, I think, where the allocation includes a sink, but it's been removed from the green belt. Whereas obviously in this case it's been retained in the green belt, so it's a slightly different position. So I'll have to think about those sorts of elements. In terms of, sorry, I'm flitting around, but just to get through all this, the site, as far as the council are concerned, classed as a valued landscape in the context of paragraph 180 of the framework. It's in, I believe it's in the Enfield Chase area of special character, and whether, in terms of 180, that is deemed a valued landscape. And if so, and you've covered this to a point, but you might just want to say if there's anything more you want to say. Is it adequately protected as required, but obviously by the framework, and is there sufficient control? But also in terms of the sort of, if there's an inevitable degree of impact, has that been deemed acceptable?
So I don't think that there's a specific statement on whether this is to be regarded as a valued landscape. I'll stand corrected by the officers and or those to my left. When looking at the matter generally, of course, it is in an area of special character, and we've looked at it in that light. And reach the conclusion that it's an appropriate site for allocation on that basis. I don't think I can take it very much further than that at this stage.
Well, I suppose, mate, as far as you've been cognizant of the fact that it is in this area, and that's still informed your decision. I mean, again, if you just said, "Oh no, we didn't even realise it was in this," then it obviously might change the outcome. But this is part. The council has been mindful of this when it's been setting out. Then when we go into the development principles, obviously look to see what measures you put in place and see whether they are or would be effective.
Sorry, Matthew, if I may, I'll just come in on this point. So the council have been mindful of this and for quite some time. So obviously we took the neighbourhood plan through examination, and we took on board the feedback from that planning inspector as part of that examination. The planning inspector did note...
Sorry to be pedantic, examiner.
turn of phrase. The planning inspector did note, excuse me.
Examiner.
Different type of examiner.
Yeah, well, very precious, they won't know.
So the lack of public accessibility, I know you queried the accessibility of the land earlier, combined with the limited public viewpoints, went against the requirement for the land being demonstrably special to the local community, and that's when the forum were obviously trying to designate that site as local green space. So we have been aware of how valuable this site is, not just to the community, but obviously to the planning inspector. Thank you.
Okay, just flooding, in terms of flooding and whether flooding is a sufficient constraint to render the site unsound. Your statement says that the proximity of the Monkton Mead Brook requires sensitive design and drainage measures. The flood risk topic paper identifies the site as being within flood zone 2 and 3. Your table says flood zone 1. We've had this a few times, but your topic, but this was obviously the EA raised these issues, which prompted you to draft the topic paper. And I think the topic paper identifies that flood zone 2 is about 14% of the site, flood zone 3 is about 13% of the site. And the exception test information you provided refers to an exclusion zone, easy for me to say, being needed to exclude more vulnerable land uses away from areas of flooding. So there's two things there, obviously, has the sequential approach, as far as obviously, if you like, providing an opportunity for others to disagree, but you carried out the sequential testing, exception testing, and those figures are accurate. It's about 13-14%. And then the follow-up to that is whether the policy, as far as you're concerned, is clear about such things as the exclusion zone and the measures that would be needed. That's where we are flitting forward a little bit, when the measures will be needed to ensure adequate flood protection or avoidance of those areas.
Thank you, Inspector. I'll take the first point first of all in terms of, I think for the avoidance of doubt for stage 2, the flood risk conclusions in the topic paper are the correct versions going forward. So yes, so the conclusions reached in there that there were parts of the site in 2 and 3, and that was reviewed and signed off by the Environment Agency as part of the previous round of the examination. So our view is that they have been adequately protected. In terms of the policy, yeah.
I think in terms of policy, criteria refers to SUDs, but it doesn't talk about, there's no reference to exclusion zones or anything like that.
It doesn't, and obviously we can make that clearer within the policy.
I think subject to what any further discussion, I think that might make it, I think, worth making a note of.
Yeah, thank you. We will do.
In terms of the capacity that's been identified and delivery, does the fact that part of the site is in flood zone 2 and 3 have any bearing on those factors? Can you still deliver 160 dwellings with the exclusion zone, avoiding the areas of flooding, and does it actually preclude delivery of the site at all?
Not insofar as the way development is intended to be sort of placed on that site. Obviously, there is no development towards the northern end of that site. Then you've got the buffer, which is adjacent to the brook. So the parts of the site that will have built form on it aren't subject to flood risk. And again, the Environment Agency are happy to proceed on that basis.
Thank you. Move on to heritage. The RAG rating in the table has the site being adjacent to a conservation area and within the immediate setting of Grade 2 listed buildings and wider setting of numerous other heritage assets. So, again, in terms of how you've assessed the site as being suitable for development, in terms of that, is it that you are content that a form of development can be achieved which would not result in any harm to those heritage assets, or is it that there's an inevitable consequence, inevitably there will be some less than substantial harm, but that the benefits of 160 dwellings would if in the event an application came in, be likely to outweigh that. So I just want to understand how you've assessed it, because obviously it's two different outcomes.
Yes, thank you, sir. So it is a planning balance, and it's that judgment that needs to be made. Obviously, the site is in the green belt and within close proximity to other heritage assets. So the planning judgment will have been made that there will be some harm, but that will be outweighed by the benefit that the circa 160 units would bring to the area. Also, I will say on that quantum of proposed development, I know that we've talked about whether that's high enough, but there is an element of thought that's gone into that in terms of the density being appropriate for the location and sensitive to the historical character of the area.
Thank you. I think we'll come on to look at whether, say, the policy would be effective and whether or not it's justified. And again, I suppose it's for me to determine whether that planning judgment you've used is a reasonable one, I guess. But it's understanding, because there is a difference between the council. So we've identified the site because we don't think there'll be any harm. I mean, you're going on site and going, that's impossible. And that's a different thing to being, we understand there's going to be a degree of harm. So it's just understanding what your thought process was is the main thing.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Just in relation to heritage and archaeology, I've seen quite a few references in representations to the Battle of Barnet, and I think just for an understanding the general context of the representations that are made, is there any particular implications of the Battle of Barnet for
I'm going to
delivery?
Take a view from my colleague. 1 second.
I think the only reason I'm asking is because it's been drawn to my attention, but also I don't think I've seen anything in the council's documentation about it, so I just wondered if it was something that had been overlooked.
Thank you, Inspector. I've just been told there is a report. We can flag that to you.
Sorry, I keep saying this. Is that a report before me already?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, all right. I'll swimming in documents, so I've got to think about how many more I get.
That's right. So there's no proposal at the moment for that to be put before you.
If you could just perhaps, whether your colleague needs to summarise whether or not this report identifies the archaeological importance of the Battle of Barnet as being something which is a sufficient impediment to delivery that would call the allocation into question, would be. I don't know if you can, if that's something you need to take away and come back on, add to the list of questions. Yeah.
So just to say there is in the infrastructure requirements underneath the bullet points a requirement for archaeological field work, which is based, I think, partly upon those submissions that there needs to be consideration of that potential historical value.
All I would say is that there's obviously a distinction to be drawn between somewhere that is the site of an event and something that amounts to built form in heritage terms. So as to whether or not it can be accommodated by way of condition rather than...
Yeah, I suppose at the end of the day, there's plenty of sites that are developed with archaeological relevance or assets, but it's more just me understanding, well, is this something of such importance that it actually calls into question the robustness of the assessment that you've done, I suppose.
We'll come back and confirm the position on that if we may.
In terms of agricultural land, are there any, again, I think it's been identified as level 3, grade 3. Is it 3A or 3B? Is it best and most versatile agricultural land? Is that how you've considered it?
So I think we were reliant upon the national mapping for that assessment, which I don't believe distinguishes between 3A and 3B. But it's not showing as grade 1 or 2.
Yeah, so best and most versatile agricultural, as you know, is 1, 2 and 3A. So it would be helpful to understand, I think, whether if it's 3, is it 3A or 3B, or does that make any, how probably not helpful if the information is just 3. If I was to err on the side of caution.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure one of my colleagues will be able to determine that relatively quickly. Also, just to come back to you on the battle, I've been told that the exact location of the battle isn't known. There's an area of designation which includes other responsible, so the limit of battle. That's helpful.
So, so obviously, yes, there might be some references to investigative works that needs to be done, but that might not necessarily impede development.
No, quite so. And I think I can just return on that, the heritage issue. Maybe I need some more, but I don't think so. And insofar as the heritage considerations are identified, but they do identify, let's say, the heritage considerations in RUR 02, the key site considerations include the Battle of Barnet, and it's maintained an orange rating within the body of it. So on the face of it, it has been taken into account, and it's been concluded that it wouldn't preclude development on that basis.
Okay, thank you. I've already picked up on infrastructure capacity in terms of the local schools, well, primary school. I guess the perennial question for most allocations is whether or not local social infrastructure can accommodate the scale of development that's being proposed. And so we've mentioned the primary school. In terms of secondary school provision, health provision, utilities and so on, are any constraints being flagged that are such scale that they can't be mitigated?
Nothing in terms of secondary, no.
Is that because the school has capacity, or that it's at capacity but is it can be addressed?
As far as I'm aware, it's not at capacity. So I'll check with education, but I'm pretty sure that that's the case, unlike the primary school.
And nothing about, say, utility. I mean, I think actually Thames Water have raised something about requiring upgrades to wastewater network and strongly advised. So Thames Water has had that a lot, about a lot of sites, to be fair. You've not flagged it up necessarily in all of them. So you flagged it up on this one. So is this a particular issue of,
So can we come back to you on that as well? I suspect that it isn't any different, but we'll just have to make clear as to whether we can give you that information.
Sorry, sir. I'd just like to check the Thames Water Statement of Common Ground as well, just to double check.
okay, a few things to come back on there. But that was, if you like, running through my list of headings where I had questions. So I've not got anything else at the moment. So I will open it up to anybody who wishes to raise anything. Who's going to get? Mr. Harbott's going to get there first. Okay. I might not let you, Mr. Warren.
Thanks very much, sir. I've got 4 things just to come back on, not all of the matters that you raised and that the council ran through, but some of them. So landscape character, you asked about whether it's valued landscape. Obviously, if it were valued landscape, then as part of your overall assessment, we would obviously suggest that that would weigh against, you would need to take in, against the overall exceptional circumstances balance being struck favourably, you'd need to take into account what the design points, I don't know what the correct term is in this plan, but the design indications and the mods say about this. But we can see in there's an indication potentially of how many stories maximum the scheme might be. You'll need to take that into account, obviously, in terms of wider impact on that area. The key point's been made, which is that, and I'll give you the reference for it, the landscape characterisation study, which is DES 42, identifies the area of which this forms a part, not just as Enfield Chase area of special character, which has got landscape and historical interest to it, but as part of an area which is, it describes as a major asset for the borough of landscape and historical significance. We've set that out in our comments in the matter statement. So it's something, obviously, that is a constraint and weighs against when you're considering overall whether it can be done. Plainly, there would be harm, and you'll take a view about quite how severe that harm would be. We noticed the point about, noted, I should say, the point that was made about the neighbourhood plan process. I'm not sure that was really a direct answer, with great respect to your question about this, because that was describing what was happening in a different process. It wasn't describing how the council factored this point into their site selection process, and I'm not sure sensitivity and valued landscape and so on really plays any notable part in the balance that's been struck here. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but I can't see a particular weighting given to it or anything like that in any of the relevant documents. So that's all on landscape. On flooding, the triangle site, the sink, is also, as I said earlier on, sir, covered. Largely covered by flooding notation. I'll just give you the references to it rather than sir asking that you look at it. SFL 48 is the document that you've got in front of you that deals with that. And within that, if you look at PDF pages 10 of 28 and 11 of 28, that's where you'll see that set out. It probably is worth just touching on it, sir, because there's a specific point about sequential test in that document too. Yes, it was SFL 48, I think. I hope I'm right about that. Thanks.
SFL 48 of 109, SFL.
Yes, yes, indeed. No. Because I think helpfully it descends to the detail of the sites, you see, which is why it's number 48. Yeah, page 10 and 11 of 28, which obviously goes through the various different types of flooding and identifies what the evidence shows about how it would be affected. And it plainly is that northern triangle and a tiny bit of the area which lies to the south of the brook is affected by that flooding. There is also some service level flooding, but of some importance perhaps, sir, is if you go on to page 25 of that document, of 25 of 28, you'll see that what's said there about, as it were, whether the site passes, in inverted commas, in relation to flooding, that judgment is contingent on further work being done. I paraphrase what it says, but that's the import of that last section on page 25 in relation to the site. So we don't at the moment, as I read it anyway, again, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong about this, have a situation where it's clear that the site is not, and its capacity in particular is unconstrained. Further work would have to be done on it. And again, so if you're thinking about how this factors into your overall judgments about exceptional circumstances, not part of my role or our case here to say, well, look across the whole borough, etc. But plainly, this point about everything's relative applies to this as well. And the question surely arises about whether this flooding point and all the other points that weigh against allocation, principally the Greenbelt impacts, are worth it for 160 units. I think, as you put it, sir, I mean, I think that's absolutely right, a good way to characterise it. Because in addition to all those other points, we've got this flooding constraint as well. So that's the second of my 4 points. The third of my points is about heritage. And sir, the proximity of the Hadley Wood and Monk and Hadley conservation areas is obviously noted by a number of parties, and it's noted in the Greenbelt and MOL study, GRE1, which we looked at earlier on for your notes, paragraph 4.51. It's also noted by Barnet in their representations, concerned about the impact on Monk and Hadley conservation area of the scheme. So you'll see that in their Regulation 19 representation, and also in the Statement of Common Ground, which is sub 14I, London Borough of Barnet's concerns. And I think it's clear that, as you listed, so the council's position is there would be less than substantial harm. I think that's been clear. But they say it would be outweighed. Now, part of all of that, part of whether it would be outweighed, how it factors into your exceptional circumstances judgment, must include the weight to be given to less than substantial harm that the framework directs, great weight. So even though it may be less than substantial harm, it's certainly another thing that argues in a weighty way against the balance being struck in terms of exceptional circumstances, which is obviously an overall judgment. Just on that point about the Battle of Barnet and archaeology, sir, I don't ask you to go to it now, but if you look at SUB4, there is some information in SUB4 about archaeology, and we know that because it's part of the Enfield, Chase and Camlet Moat archaeological priority area, a bit of a mouthful, and it's of a certain size, then it falls within the Historic England kind of high-risk potential category. It doesn't mean that it would be significantly harmful, but because of where it is and the size of it, that category of risk indicates that development is likely to cause harm to assets of archaeological interest and fairly likely to cause significant harm. That's the definition of a high-risk site or area within the HE guidance, and that's directly relevant to this area. So that's, again, come to see what's said in the mods and the details about how to deal with that, but it goes to queries about capacity and how much you're getting for all the pain, if you like, in the final analysis. Final point is just about the primary schools. The two, I've taken instructions on this, so that we mentioned that one just across the border earlier on. The ones in Enfield, which I think are all primary schools, also relevant to this issue about whether there's capacity, or if because there isn't, how would the primary school children be met, and their needs be met. There is a primary school which is 3.2 miles away called Debohun. Is that how you pronounce it? Debohun, DE-BOHUN, DE-BOHUN. And there's one a little bit further away, 3.5 miles away, the One Degree Academy, that's called. I don't know whether you've come across those before in the examination survey. Those are the nearest two. The secondary school, obviously, is not within walking distance, as we know, of the site. So thank you very much. Those are the points I wanted to make.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to be, again, playing devil's advocate a little bit, the secondary school not being in walking distance, while you may argue is a weighs against it, difficult to ensure that every secondary school is within walking distance.
It's not a policy requirement. So I'm not overplaying that. I'm just saying that it's difficult to walk to any either primary school or secondary school for which you have evidence that there would be capacity.
Just so I don't move on to Mr. Harbott, and before you've said everything, when I was talking about highway things, you did stop me. So I assumed you must have had something to say, or unless it was covered.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Yes, let me just find that again. The highway. No. Well, I'm very grateful, sir. Thank you. I know that it's supposed to be the other way around, but I'm very grateful. The highway impacts points are in relation to TfL. I think it's right to say, sir, that TfL don't say there would be severe residual harm in the wording of the framework as a result of the proposals in the plan. I think that's right. But if you look at the transport topic paper, which is E3.5, there are some indications about, again, things that are plainly contrary indicators to this site in an overall balancing exercise. And the references, so if you in that document 4.3.30, so this is in the transport topic paper. I don't know, so you'd be, yes, wait till you get there. Transport topic paper doc E3.5.
So that's the annex to the topic paper. So it's in the E documents.
.3.30, identifies localised highways effects as a result of the local plan can be observed in proximity of, and then it refers to Stag Hill junctions with Wagon Hill, Beach Hill and Cockfosters Road with major changes in observed junction delay. All of those three junctions are obviously in Hadley Wood, and so they would be, to a greater or lesser extent, a function of this scheme being developed. I'm not suggesting that the 160 houses would give rise to all of those major changes, but your question, I think, was about the words in the framework about cumulative residual, and that's what you've got in terms of the evidence as we understand it. And it goes together with the table 5.5-2. I'm so sorry, I don't have a PDF reference to that page in the same document. I'm so sorry. Table 5-2, which summarises what TfL say. 21. Thank you. I think it's PDF, page 21. Yeah. Do you see the bit so that begins TfL do not believe that bit? ... RURO2 are suitable sites for housing because.
That reference again, please. Sorry, which document are we looking at?
It's in the same document.
Oh.
Outstanding matter raised.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I'm not repeating the earlier point, but it's a point about what they say there is don't believe that ... RUR2 are suitable sites for housing because of the very poor transport connectivity and the exceptional costs in providing access by sustainable modes of transport to a standard that would make them comparable to urban housing sites in the borough. But it's the next bit. If these sites were to come forward, they are likely, say TfL, to result in car-dependent development contrary to the good growth objectives. And that's why it's important to bear in mind, again, as another contraindicator in our view, these localised highway effects which are in Hadley Wood, because they are caused by more cars.
I only did it because I didn't want to have to come back at another point. Mr. Harbott.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about the value of this particular landscape. You've already referenced the various designations of an area of special character and the characterisation studies. The site actually is on a prominent undulating terrain, and it's highly visible from a number of key points, from Bartram's Field and from the footpath alongside the railway, from Wagon Road, from Gannick Farm, Gannick Corner, and from the Great North Road near Hadley Highstone. And a large estate would be highly visible and would be the largest area of developed land that you would be visible from those points. Currently, it's a very gentle transition from rural meadows into the back gardens of low density properties. And from those viewpoints, you can hardly see a building. The forum did submit a very detailed representation which showed all of those viewpoints. It was in their landscape and green belt appraisal prepared by N-Plan, and it was representation number 01311-4-1. So the harm of this development is not just the view from Crescent West, but is far more expansive than anything that's been mentioned by the council. With respect to the area of special character, that doesn't appear to be referenced in the independent, in the IIA. So it's not certain how much weight has been given to character and the value of the landscape in then assessing and weighing whether this site should be released. I think the only other item I wanted to mention was on flood risk, and just to remind people that Monkton Mead actually flows underneath the Great North Railway at Hadley Wood Station in a fixed capacity culvert, and I don't think that I've seen any reflection on whether the capacity of that is sufficient. We have experienced additional flooding in Hadley Wood through the development. However good the sustainable drainage is, adds to flow into that main river. And with the loss of trees, loss of green space, generically, there has been a cumulative impact on flood risk. So whether or not flood risk in other areas has been adequately considered, I've not seen that mentioned from memory. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we will obviously come on to, after lunch now, we'll come on to the development requirements, because there's two ways of looking at all of these constraints. There's, if you like, I don't want to use absolute constraints because that was a phrase used in legislation, but there are insurmountable constraints, whether they're policy or harm, and then there are obviously things which, well, this is likely to happen, but it can be mitigated, but does the actual plan provide an effective means of doing that? So there's two things there. So I'll just point that out, because sometimes obviously flood risk is something which is generally referred to in plans as being something that is something to be assessed and mitigated. If it's not possible to do so, then clearly it becomes a problem. If it is possible to do so, the other thing to remind everybody, of course, is that these allocations are planning permission will be granted subject to, and this is why we have the list of things that have to be addressed before. So it's not an absolute. I think obviously some principles been established if it's allocated, and these are the things that they have to adhere to. But clearly, developers have to demonstrate that they've done what they're required to do. So, But thank you. Sorry, I was thinking about whether your point was, well, actually, it's an insurmountable issue, and therefore shouldn't have been allocated, or whether it's something that we need to make sure that if it's going to be allocated, that is a factor that needs to be considered, and it hasn't been picked up. So I'm musing out loud. I'm thinking out loud. I probably shouldn't do that, but occasionally I do. Sorry, I wasn't asking you for a response. I'll move on.
Thank you, sir. 2 quick points that were just arising, and then two other points. Firstly, on the visual, and it's very good that you've been there, and the reference was being made to the conservation area character appraisal, and looking from that lay-by site, you see for yourself that actually the biggest view is from near the railway, from our fields in Bartram's Lane, looking across and up the valley, and clearly that would be transformed by having a housing estate in between, and David's recounted all the way around how you see it. Secondly, on the Battle of Barnet, it may be someone talks about a condition to do a dig to see if they can find any musket shots. The point about this is that there are several possible sites for the Battle of Barnet, one of which includes our fields. It's Monk and Hadley, it's Hadley Green, it's Hadley High Stone and Kitts Farm. All of these remain open. Kitts Farm, our fields, around Monk and Hadley. So if they ever set up the battlefield walking or whatever it is, this is a landscape in which you can still see where the battle took place. On access, it's been described that there will be the access onto Camlet Way and onto Crescent West. The access onto Camlet Way, which is quite a major road, is very narrow. I think I'd always understood that the proposal would be that's for pedestrians and bicycles, not vehicles. If it's vehicles, that's quite a severe entrance. The obvious one is by the lay-by, and I would just like to emphasise that in your evidence base of the 2,600 objections, a lot of them were about the problem of traffic coming out of that confined space onto Crescent West. It looks a nice big road, it's got plenty of parking. It gets jammed up with commuter parking, with others, the children, everything else. These residents emphasised again and again their concern about that access. And going back to visual, as the comment was made that you could still see down through that entrance, you'll be seeing a housing estate. You won't be seeing the green fields, and that's part of the problem. And the last point is, I was a bit surprised about a missing heritage statement. We have a lot of cases around the setting of our conservation area. It's accepted this is formally part of the setting, therefore less than substantial harm or harm comes into it. It may or may not, in the general view, destroy the character of the conservation area. It takes quite a lot away from it. And it must be very high on the level of less than substantial harm, and it must be weighed in a consideration. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. When it comes to, say, things like less than substantial harm, because I haven't got a proposal in front of me, it's always going to be sort of where is the reason, and one would assume if the council had said, well, we assume if the buildings are going to be of this nature and they're going to be of this sort of broad layout, we can have a sort of broad idea of what that would be. And then obviously if someone comes in with an application for something which is wholly inconsistent with that, then of course they can still say, well, no, the harm is greater than that and the public benefits don't outweigh. But I think I'm getting what you're saying, that the inevitability of development on that site, because it's in the setting of conservation, it is that it's a higher level of harm, whatever form of development comes forward.
Yeah.
Is that the point?
It's not just you're only seeing a few nice houses. It has changed the character of our conservation area up against the fields. The setting of the conservation area does have that surrounding. It's not just what are the adjacent buildings and what could happen.
Thank you. We've hit 1 o'clock. I'll just get the Duchy of Lancaster's points, and then if the council content will break. Are you happy to have lunch to think about your answers?
Very much.
Okay, thank you.
So there's only one short point, really. I wasn't going to say anything, just picking up on the heritage point, because I think you characterised it correctly. At this stage, of course, in terms of soundness, it's just really looking for knockout points. And I think it's plain on any view that either there's very limited harm or no harm, but even if there's very limited harm or a greater level of harm, it would have to be weighed in due course. And it's worth understanding that Mr. Warren says quite correctly, when you look at the NPPF, you give great weight. Of course, you're giving great weight to what might at this stage be a very limited level of harm, unless it's substantial. The other point to note structurally is that in terms of statutory harm, Section 66, for example, in terms of setting of listed buildings, only bites at the application stage. And that's an indication, I think, that what we're really looking at is there will be a stage inevitably come an application where harm has to be weighed, in fact, only at that stage under the statutory scheme. So while you've got to look at it now, it's worth bearing those factors will have to be considered at an application stage. I'm sure many of us have done applications where local plans have really been made on the basis of allocations where you know when you get to the application stage, setting of a listed building is going to be engaged, and only at that stage. That's the point.
Fair point. Actually, in fairness, the relevant paragraph, and it changes with every version. I'm walking around with 3 versions of the NPPF at the moment because I've got plans at different stages. But the relevant paragraph, in terms of less than substantial harm, is also only kicks in with the plan. It's actually determining the planning applications. My view is, the view I say is that it would be obtuse to not have regard to that in terms of plan making, because it comes back to, with all things allocation, a reasonable likelihood that, so if you've got a huge site it's reasonably likely you could deliver an acceptable scheme. If you've got a very tight scheme next to a Grade 1 listed building and somebody wants to build a...
It's the knockout point test, really.
It comes to a point where I don't think it's reasonably likely that you could deliver a scheme that would justify the public benefit, and therefore it's not really suitable for allocation. And I have come to that conclusion on sites elsewhere that albeit I acknowledge that the actual tests are when the application comes in, but it's all about whether or not you could reasonably pass those tests.
I wouldn't disagree with any of that, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. There's a couple of signs still up. I'm assuming they are remnants rather than new points. No, thank you. Right, okay, so we will break for lunch now. We'll come back at 2. We'll pick up the council's points on some of those issues, and then we'll move on to the requirements. And I think we're going to be narrowing down issues as we get along, and we can. I'm very confident you're going to help us finish by 5:30, or even before. Oh, sorry, before.
So there was just a point about the fire alarm, wasn't there?
Oh, sorry, yes. No, yes, if everyone could remind, it's fine. So we'll make it 2:05. If we make it 2:05, then we don't have to sit here and wait for the inevitable disruption. So if we come back at 2:05 after the alarm, and then we'll take it from there. So thank you, everyone. 2, so we'll resume. Where we left it, I think, was with the council opportunity to respond to some of the points that have been raised. You ready to say?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Just a few points, I think, dealing firstly with the forum's issues, one of which related to the neighbourhood plan and the degree to which there was an inconsistency between the desire for family housing and for smaller housing to meet those in needs, and there being a desire not to develop in the green belt. And just on that, it'd be worth noting, I think, so that in terms of the plan itself, there was a suggestion, I think, that there were a number of other sites that had come forward since the plan had been the subject of a referendum which delivered housing. But it is notable that there isn't, I think, any provision within the plan at all for any housing, nor any identification anywhere that housing could come forward. And so there is, we would say, a degree of perhaps inconsistency between the stances that the forum has adopted, or at least the plan adopts. The other point that was made was one around the affordability of, or the ability to develop affordable units within Hadley Wood because of or house prices. Well, of course, affordable units are going to be coming forward if this site is developed, because that will be required under the usual provisions. So in fact, the house prices being what they are is exactly the reason why there should be sites like this coming forward that can deliver those needs. That's that point. Then on the issue of valued landscape and the area's special character.
Sorry, Mr. E, I'm just going to just pause while whatever's happening.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's a lot going on.
Okay. Right, I'm not plugged in, actually. Thank you. Sorry to stop the flow, but I'm only going
Not at all.
I'm going to get distracted.
Completely forgotten what I was going to say next anyway, so it doesn't very much matter.
I have power. So. Thank you. Sorry.
So
right.
you got my point anyway on the affordability.
Yes,
so,
thank you. I think I did. Yeah. Yes. The last point you made was that house prices being what they are is the driver for.
Exactly. It's exactly the reason why there needs to be the development of these sorts of sites. Then, with regard to the area of special character, I think there was a reference to DES 42, and it was pointed out that there was a particular area that was identified, which is, one can see it at page 122 of that. I don't need you to take it up, so it's the Farmland Ridge and Valleys area of special character. But you'll note when you look over the page on page 123, this is the PDF, it's 121 of the real document, and it's 1F. You'll see it on the left-hand side, the area in question. You'll see that it's a very sizable area, and this site comprises a very small part of it. And then, with regard to the degree to which we took into account the importance of the site, you've seen, of course, the SAS work, SAS 2 in particular, which shows that we were alive to the potential for significant effects. So we certainly had that in mind. And indeed, in the IIA work, the same is true. We recognised the potential for significant effects within that document as well. I think it's right that the IIA's description gives it the highest possible potentiality anyway, so it was obviously something that was rightly considered as part of the balancing process. Then, in relation to flooding, you were taken to DES 48, and I think, if you could just go back to that, it's page 25 in the document, DES 48.
Was it DES 48 or was it SF?
I hope it was DES 48. No, sorry.
SFL 48.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Bear with me. Yes, SFL 48, yeah.
And then within that, page 25, I think. I hope I have the right reference.
Page 25?
Yes.
Yep.
I hope that's right. I think that's where you were taken. Yes. I think the point was made that, well, there was further information that was required, and if that information is required, then it has the potential to pass, but that further information was outstanding. The implication being that there'd be a fail of the sequential test. But so if you look actually at what it says information provided post-initial review states that the localised risks are known and the planned development will not be within the flood risk zones. Provided this information is confirmed within an FRA, this will therefore pass, i.e. whereabouts the development is going to go. And we already know that it's avoiding those areas that are at risk. So the caveat, to the extent that it was ever a caveat, has been addressed. Then on heritage, the heritage issues, of course, again taken into account as part of the SAS work. And so we just ask you to note, and maybe that this isn't of such concern to you, with regard to the site's ability to be developed, as it might have been on first sight with regard to the Barnet Registered Battlefield issue. But historic England don't have any issues with this particular site, and they, as you'll have seen, commented extensively on the plan as a whole. And we're obviously alive to any particular matters that might be of relevance, and this would have been one. So the lack of objection by Historic England is obviously telling, we say. And as part of that, I think it was Mr. Harbott actually might have raised the issue of this site being within a priority area. Forgive me, it might have been Mr. Wilson. The archaeological priority area, it's worthwhile noting on the proposals map as to its size, because it takes up about 30% of the borough because of the way in which it's been considered, which is just for the potential for, summarised perhaps badly, but the potential for archaeological significance. Not something we say that would prevent development from coming forward. And in the usual way, of course, when one's looking at it in relation to the practicality of development, as I said before, if one is dealing with a battlefield where there are unlikely to be in situ requirements as opposed to artefact findings that can be lifted from a site, in those sorts of situations, it's obviously possible to develop a site. Then on agricultural land, so I can't take it any further at the moment in terms of whether it is in a 3A or 3B location, but it is worthwhile noting what the 23 MPPF says at 180C with regard to the significance of best and most versatile agricultural land. In short, it doesn't prevent development from coming forward on that basis. It needs to be taken into account properly, which of course it would be. Ultimately, that point, if it goes to anything, is the extent to which the council was alive or not to a 3A, 3B issue. But really, the matter now is, irrespective of where the council was in relation to its analysis on this site, how do you perceive that particular issue as being, or how do you perceive it as factoring into the overall decision-making process? And we'd say that properly it couldn't outweigh the sorts of matters that we've identified as justifying the release of land, certainly in the Greenbelt, which is already covering greenfield areas anyway. That, I think, is everything, unless there's something. I'm sorry, I've been corrected. It's 180B, not 180C. I made the wrong note. My fault. 180B. Yes, I think that's everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No boards have gone up, so what I'm going to do is move on to the next sort of tranche of my questions, which were about the development, actual getting our hands on the plan. It takes some time to ever get the plans on the plan. Well, we're finally there, and we can look at the want to look at the actual whether or not, of course, the policies, if the site were to remain in the plan, what are the policies effective in ensuring a suitable form of development? Should it remain in the plan? And then I'll try, as much as I possibly can, is pick up the suggested modifications as we go through those points, so that we pick them up as we go. But if nothing else, I'll pick them up at the end. And I'll say I'll open it up after I've gone through all of my points on the development requirements, because it's just easier. I don't want to do it line by line. Just a general point, and again, I suppose this is, as much as anything, a point about the inset maps in general. Again, sort of the first one we've got to, where there's been a sort of clear, the inset map sort of has all these lines on them. And it is a general point about whether it's actually clear what all these different symbols and lines actually mean and the purpose they serve, and whether or not they actually relate to the policy and the words in the plan, the words in the map match. And we'll pick that, I guess, if we go through the criteria, we'll pick up where that may or may not be the case. But there's a general sort of effectiveness come justified position, come appropriateness of having that level of detail in an inset map. Are all these lines illustrative of things that they're not requirements? So where you've identified an area of, say, of open space, is that absolutely where it must go? What status does this have in terms of layout?
Yes, so I think it's right to say that actually what goes on within the plan itself isn't then referred to subsequently within the design principles. So one can't actually gain any understanding of what a red dash is on the map. So there needs to be some change to it. One either needs to identify those areas or to remove them, and then rely on the wording within the design principles as being sufficient to achieve the indications, achieve the objectives. And probably it's the latter approach that would be better rather than the former, but in order to maintain flexibility. But Mr. Gillespie, I think, has something to say.
So I'm hastily trying to go back through our submissions at stage 1 and the modifications schedule, but we did propose some text in that modification schedule to clarify the status of elements, for example, to confirm that they are illustrative. And I think we may have also made reference to the fact that there were keys associated with those illustrative plans, which, in due course, with your agreement, and once we've agreed what those plans ought to be showing, we could add into those appendices to make the references and the annotations clearer.
Okay. I mean, even as illustrative, even if they're referred to as illustrative, what decision-making value will they have? As in, because if they are illustrative, and let's even, the words will, presumably the words would take precedence over the line of the things anyway. So what really is the purpose of this sort of level of detail in an allocation? Is it actually just going to is it going to confuse things, basically, where someone's going to expect to see, you've got your big orange blob, someone's going to expect to see that if something comes in which isn't that, particularly if the policy says there must be, must be provide open space, must do this, must do that, must do the other. That's what you've got to adhere to anyway. So I just wonder, you become a hostage to fortune or a rod for your own back, however you want to phrase it. You put all this stuff in. It might be useful for us now to be able to understand whether or not forms of development might be achieved. But when you come to it from a decision-making perspective, which is what the point of this document is it actually helping, or is it a hindrance to effectiveness?
So it was included clearly, sir, as intending to be helpful so that you could see quickly from an illustrative plan some of the key principles around site development. I think it's already been helpful to officers at pre-app discussions to give a broad indication of how those principles in the pro forma translate to the site. But as I say, with a clear reference to those principles being illustrative, there may be other ways of addressing the policy requirements. But we felt it was a helpful summary of, as I say, the key principles.
I'm probably slightly querying this because of the number of times I've had to flick between the front of the document and the back of the document and getting a bit... You'll see my document's now fallen apart, partially because of this. Okay.
I think, sir, generally...
But I think it is a point whether or not there are... So these read... it's not even clear to me, actually, what some of these notations actually mean. I think the squiggly red line on the edge of the site, where the housing is a sensitive edge. But does the actual wording in the policy refer to sensitive edges, for example? The blob is a square public realm. I mean, it might refer to general areas of public open space or whatever, but the green line, what's the green line? Key route? I'm not even sure what the green is. It a key route? Is it a green space? Green spine? You know, they've got arrows on them in the key. There's no arrows on them in the map. It's even for me, with all my years of experience, it's difficult for me to follow what it is you're actually, what they're for.
I think it has the potential to be helpful in terms of an interactive map if one was to use it online. However, when it's in front of you in paper, that's probably not coming across. It is illustrative, and it has been helpful, as Mr. Gillespie says, to officers and probably residents alike. It's very much a starting point. They don't necessarily need to feature within the plan if adopted.
Okay, I don't want to labour that too much. For those who weren't here yesterday when we were talking about some of the allocations, the other green belt allocations, I made a point generally about this. There's 2 points I made which are general points just for the sake of those who weren't here or watching. One was about the distinction between infrastructure requirements and design principles, and I think the Council acknowledged, and I'll probably have to repeat this every time, acknowledged that there probably isn't a significant distinction between infrastructure requirements and design principles. An awful lot of overlap there, and in the fullness of time, some rationalisation may assist. Obviously, for those who know, main modification will be where it's necessary for soundness, but if it's confusing because of different phrases saying, lots of repetition of saying something, it becomes confusing, then that might be an effectiveness issue, but we'll see. And the other thing was, this is more of an area for debate, is the difference or lack thereof of the words should and must, and what that means in practice. And there may be times when I'll be querying whether it should be a should or should be a must. Again, what I've said is yesterday, this comes up in pretty much every examination I've ever done. Sometimes councils will say they are synonymous and there's no particular difference, and I will question that here because they are listed next to each other. I've took the view that there must be a difference in assumption. So I kind of, not necessarily going through every line as people raise it and say should or must, I'm going to be taking this away with me and just probably feeding back to the council, and the council have accepted that I'll probably have a view on these. Where it's really something I want to understand, I'll probably raise it. But just, if I don't pick up every single line, should or must, don't assume that I'm not alive to these things. But obviously, if anyone's got any particular points where you think a should be a must, or vice versa, then by all means raise them. But I just want to get those general points out of the way, so where discussions have been in the past. Putting those things aside, so the musts versus the shoulds and the difference between infrastructure requirements and design principles, I'm not going to go through again, but they apply to this policy. I'm just going to go through some points that I've picked up. At para 269, your hearing statement refers to infrastructure measures relating to primary healthcare, primary healthcare and education. So yeah, primary healthcare and education. And I think that's me saying, does the plan provide sufficient, are the infrastructure requirements justified? And you've referred to healthcare and education. As far as I can see, the policy doesn't refer to primary healthcare education. I acknowledge that your general policy, and again, this is another point we picked up yesterday, general policies will possibly require those contributions, but it always comes back to that issue. If you've not referred to it in your site-specific policy, does that mean it's not an issue, or is it something you should flag up if it is an issue? And you've indicated it is an issue here, so should it be in the policy?
I think so, not in this case, because the infrastructure requirements are very much tied to a specific area, namely the transportation improvements. As a result of that, the fact that you have those infrastructure elements in wouldn't then allow for any strong argument that it's the omission of reference to contributions, things like education, couldn't and shouldn't be made, particularly in circumstances where in the usual course of events, when there's an application in play, the authority will say what is required as contributions to make the development acceptable.
So it's not a case here that it's an absolute given that
It would have to be established.
it's established at the application stage. So obviously, again, sometimes we know full well it's going to have to be a contribution to X, Y, Z. When an application comes in, something might come out of the woodwork. The Durham policy
Exactly. There may be
is the
some-
case here that because it's not an absolute requirement that there will be contributions to education and health.
Yes.
Therefore, it's something to be picked up at the appropriate
Exactly.
depending on the context at the time.
Exactly.
Okay. And literally my next question was, the infrastructure requirements don't refer to health and education. Is that because they're covered by generic criteria and don't need to be referred to? As answered that. My first point on development requirements was about scale. And I note, if we could just pick up, if we could go to E6.1 and look at some of the proposed modifications, or look at the proposed modifications, and this is into the infrastructure requirements. It says in V, and you might want to tell, obviously we had a discussion about the status of these, but these are still things you've agreed with TfL. In V, your new V, given the site's low PTAL, the scale and density of the proposed development must reflect the transport constraints. Now, obviously, what I'm not clear about is what that means, because A, have the transport constraints not already been assessed? So what is it getting at? Well, yeah, actually, I suppose. What is it getting at? Because presumably the density, is it saying that the transport constraints are such that you can't deliver 160, or is it saying that if it's more than 160, as has been suggested, could happen, obviously it's a minimum of 160, more comes in, well, the transport constraints might mean that's unacceptable, but I don't know what those constraints would be, because I'm not just quite sure what it's getting at, or if this suggestion from the council change is highlighting a problem with scale that we haven't previously come across.
Yes. It's not seeking to do that. The overall purpose is for TfL's part to make sure that there's proper provision in place. But it's certainly not an acceptance by the council that there is some pre-existing issue. Can I see that again?
And in terms of whether that particular suggestion is necessary for soundness, the first sentence doesn't that just fall in then to the same thing we've just been talking about with education and health and so on, because it's something which would be assessed at the time. So if somebody came in with an application for 300, or just for sake of argument, significantly more than what the plan says, then of course you would automatically assess the highway constraints of that and determine whether it was acceptable. So
you may think that actually it's unnecessary because it will undoubtedly have to be considered. What this really is a statement of intent to ensure that, as I said, TfL's aim of making each development within our area as sustainable as possible is achieved. That's capable of being achieved through the usual policies that are contained within the other parts of the plans.
While I'm on it, the second sentence of V, proposals must outline a strategy to achieve compliance with the London Plan principles of good growth including measures to promote active travel and reduce car use. Again, is that an implication or if you like, a tacit acceptance that as set out, it is not in line with the principles of good growth and something needs to be done to achieve that? Or is this a more generic reference to, which I think just runs through planning in general, of needing to promote sustainable, as far as possible, sustainable patterns of development? And
I think it's that. I think it's the latter. It's a statement of actually what would happen, as again, generally through a planning application. It will set out those various aims that will seek to achieve good growth, which of course will include transport sustainability.
Okay. So jumping around again, as is my wont, on criteria, I was going to go through things which I've picked up. Criterion C must retain so I'm looking at the right page. Criterion C must retain the area north. We've talked about this of Monk Dundee Brook as open space. You suggested this should actually be green space to be more reflective of actually what is intended. I mean, again, without a glossary, my mind takes me to open spaces, sort of formal laid out open spaces with playing pitches and so on, which could have implications for the sink. Green space, again, sends messages of effectively leaving it as it is in terms of its nature conservation, but perhaps improving, the other aspects of that, improving access. Is that?
Yes. I think that there's, if one looks at E, for example, there are already references to improving accessible open, newly publicly accessible open space. If that's, as I say, replaced with green space, then the accessibility is already part of the design principles, and one wouldn't need to have it in C as well.
But the main thing, the intention, because the concern I had when with reference to open space in a sink is not that you can't have, I'm sure, open space, formal open space which is in a sink, but clearly if you start laying pitches out and so on, it could have an effect. So that's not the intention.
That's not the intention, and in fact, as I say, the sink that's to the north of the site already, as I understand it, has dog walking paths going through it. I'm being told that that's wrong. Forgive me, my error in that. No, that's not correct, I'm being told.
Sorry, okay. Criterion D.
Sorry to pick up on. There is a certain degree of doubt, I think, about whether there was walking paths or not. As we understand it, there was walking going on, but I don't want to I just want to lay a marker that it probably.
Okay. I'm sure I'll be told at some point what that is. It's fine. The criterion D must, we again touched on this yesterday, must maximise retention of existing high-value trees and hedgerows, creating green corridors. Is that implicit, therefore, that it would be acceptable to lose high-value trees, and whether that is actually the intention, or is the intention to really just apply your tree policy?
So it is the latter point, the same as we were talking about previously, yesterday, I should say.
And again, for the benefit of those who weren't listening, these forms of words come up quite a lot. I queried whether such phrasing as maximise retention is actually in line with other parts of the plan. I think it's fair. Sometimes you may say, no, our intention is to there's a reason why we want to diverge from our generic policies, and it is an exception for these reasons, and is it justified? I think if it's not that that's not your intention, then it needs to be clear that actually what you're doing there is applying biodiversity policy, which is not necessarily maximising tree. Well, it might be, but yeah, it's actually the other way around. It's minimising harm, really. It's
doing its best to
harm.
try to say that harm
Yeah.
is to be minimised.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So fine. So that's possibly on your list of potential actions. F is should work with the existing topography and capitalise on long views from high points from the site towards the open countryside. What does that mean?
I defer to Mr. Gillespie. So.
What views are you capitalising on by putting housing in them? And I think sometimes when I ask these questions and you don't immediately know the answer, or you have to think about it. The question is that the right wording then? And is it actually, if you go to what is it you're trying to achieve? We think about what is it you're trying to achieve and work backwards to see if the wording is actually helping you achieve that. So is the objective here to ensure that the long views from higher points within the site are not unduly, unacceptably harmed by making the best use of the topography?
Yes, thank you, sir. I think there's an acknowledgement that from that particular point, just off Crescent Way, where the proposed access is going to go, that does benefit from the existing viewpoint. And the point there with that particular criteria was to make sure that was maintained or enhanced. I appreciate it doesn't say that, but that was the sentiment of that particular criteria.
So, yeah, so it's important, obviously.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that when you've allocated the site that you're going to get a form of development which you expected. So the words need to reflect that. So, and I have been told already that it's important. I will take a view on whether it's possible to do that, but you want to maintain that view from that junction with Camlet, with the Crescent, looking across. As you say, it doesn't say that. So it could be possibly a little less oblique and a little more just, and say, maintain views across the site from Crescent.
Yeah, I fully appreciate that. And yes, the policy can be better worded to reflect that.
So again, possibly a note of that one. And you may wish to consider whether that should be a must, if that is fundamental to what is an acceptable form of development. Should H give some advice on form to ensure sympathy toward Hadley Wood Conservation Area. Should comprise topology that's sympathetic towards Hadley Wood Conservation Area. Must. Is that, you again, because you've got some, even more so here, and with biodiversity, you've got statutory requirements, haven't you, relating to the preservation, conservation of heritage assets. I acknowledge what you said earlier, that you've assessed, not in assessing the site, and I've had representations that about that. You've concluded there's likely to be a level of less than substantial harm, but you've weighed that in the balance and you've concluded that it's acceptable. But obviously, that still means that it does not mean, presumably, that any degree of harm is automatically acceptable, and probably reflecting that is important.
Yes, agreed.
And do you want to be as prescriptive as, or the mansion blocks and houses are considered the most appropriate? fine, okay. I think, but you would just obviously assess that as and when. This relates also across to the. We'll come on to J, but must not deliver buildings higher than 80 metres. So, how does that relate? Do J and H tally with each other in that respect? Does 18 metre high buildings equate to mansion houses? I mean, 80 metres is what? How many stories would that be? 5, 6.
5.5, 6.
Is that, bearing in mind what I've been told about, well, the effect on the settings of heritage assets, but also what types of, why you're allocating this site, the nature of housing that you're, is 5, 6 story buildings actually consistent with that approach?
So the just on the point H first of all. So I think that the first part, as we've just discussed, in terms of amending that to must comprise typologies are sympathetic towards the Hadley Wood Conservation Area. The second part of that requirement isn't essential. I think, as you sort of intimated, the first part's the important part. Second part potentially helpful, but certainly not essential to making that criteria work. Discussed the criterion J with our in-house urban designers, and I think the first part of J, the intention there was to say that this site isn't suitable for tall buildings as defined in the plan. That's certainly not a sort of work up to that 18-metre height. It was to try and say this isn't a location suitable for tall buildings. Could have put it in a different way in hindsight. Yes. In terms of the form, we've sort of covered the point on mansion blocks. I don't think we necessarily need to be as specific as that, but that could be in the form of a building that looks from the outside like a mansion block, but that could accommodate some of the smaller units on the site. So a single built form, but with flats within it to look like a mansion block in terms of the built form.
How do flats? I mean, I'm not saying you can't have family housing, which is flats. But, how does that fit into you talk about lower densities, you talk about downsizing, you've talked about family housing, you've talked about affordable housing, affordable family housing. How does sort of flats and mansion blocks and fit into that?
Yeah, it's part of the scheme, sir. So I mean, it's going to be a mix of types there. We have the requirement for an emphasis on a large proportion being family homes, but there will be an element for downsizing.
Okay, I will think on about that, but I wonder if the first sentence of J is, what's the word, unintended consequence of that is there's an implication that you are going to accept development of up to 18 metres, which doesn't necessarily tally with maintaining views across the site, the sensitive nature of the conservation. And so, again, if it's not really what you're saying, then it probably needs to be clear. Would that be fair?
Agreed. Yeah.
Probably going to really think how pedantic I am, but when you've done several hundred appeals, you know how important it is to get these wordings right. So criterion K, I absolutely understand what you're trying to say there, but must minimise overlooking. is not. Is that the test? And how do you minimise overlooking in residential area? Has everything got to be oblique angles and everything else? I mean, and you know, you do get overlooking in residential areas. Is actually the test, notwithstanding you've got other policies about living conditions and privacy and so on anyway, so you could debate, do you need that criterion? Because it's such a, shall we say, standard requirement. But I take the point, if there's a particular part of a site which is sensitive, by all means, that might be worth drawing people's attention to that, because it's a particularly sensitive area. But my feeling would be, without putting words in the council's mouth, it's not minimising overlooking, it's ensuring that there's a satisfactory living environment. That's, or words to that effect, isn't it?
Amenity, sir.
Yeah, well, we don't use amenity, living conditions.
Yes, I think
Said this before recently, you'll never find an appeal decision with the words amenity in it. Inspectors do not use it. Amenity is far too open-ended, and so living conditions would be my preference, but I think, yeah, it's up to you, obviously, what you put. But that's the point. It's just thinking again about, I can see an application comes in, you can see, you've not minimised overlook. How do you do that anyway? It's really the effect, isn't it, you're looking for. So. And I know it might sound minor, but I think it is important when, you know, ensuring effectiveness isn't. And then criterion, you've got criteria now which must carefully consider impact on adjacent Uncan Hadley conservation areas. It's a similar point, really, going back to what you've said before about carefully consider isn't the relevant test for heritage. And even though you've had, I think it's fair to reflect on the fact that you've, as a council, probably accepted a degree of harm. So in this case, it'd be about minimising that harm, subject to, obviously, me being satisfied that that's justified in principle. But that's really the point, is it's not, you know, and obviously carefully considered doesn't really mean anything anyway. So. And again, I think it's more important about reflecting your heritage policies as much as anything else. M, is there a suggested modification to M? There is, isn't there? Minimising parking provision. And the reasons given to minimise parking provision. Notwithstanding what the suggested changes, to referring to local London Plan Policy T6B, there are parking standards that apply. Is that correct? You've got a series in the London Plan. So the London Plan establishes parking standards. So you just put the modification to one side of it. When you talk about minimised parking, is that, so are you going for something below the parking standards in the London Plan, or is it just applying the parking standards in the London Plan that de facto means that it's minimising parking standards? Because if it's just applying parking standards, is it something different to applying parking standards, basically, is the question, I suppose?
No, sir, I don't think it is. I think that was possibly a reflection of the aspiration within the neighbourhood plan and complementing that. So yeah, it's just, I'm just trying to understand whether it's just rehearsing the policy that you'd be applying anyway and reflecting on that, and there's not necessarily harm in doing that, or saying, no, actually, this is something we're looking for a more stringent approach than what's set out in the parking standards, which I assume are, because this plan doesn't include parking standards, does it? So it is always going to defer to the London Plan, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, yes, it is, sir.
So technically speaking, the suggested modification is sort of semi-moot, because it's only doing, it's just cross-referring to the London Plan anyway, which you'd have to do anyway. Again, this is probably a rule of thumb for all of these. Even if I conclude that they are necessary for soundness, I wouldn't use that form of words, because I would advise not to refer to a specific London Plan policy, because that London Plan policy will change, and what you're going to be seeking to use is London Plan standards, whatever they are. And then all the stuff about ensuring a car light approach that reflects the site's low PTAL. Well, actually, that presumably is reflected in the parking standard anyway, because the parking standards take that into account, as we've had a discussion about that. So,
It's probably worth just making the point on the TfL modifications that they weren't heavily scrutinised, given where we were in the deadline in producing this for you. So yes, some of those modifications could potentially not be proposed.
Okay. And then, yes, N refers, I mean, you know, there's a lot to say about should accommodate areas to enable adequate servings of residential uses within the site boundary. Goes without saying. I assume this is all to do with making sure that, you know, bins are adequately stored and so on. Again, there's probably other policies relating to that, and that obviously bin lorries and so on, so waste disposal vehicles can get through the site and so on. So for emergency vehicles, that's fine. And we've already talked about with vehicle access from Camlet Way and Crescent West. One point that was raised actually, it was just to double check, because obviously someone queried that and said the assumption was that the Camlet Way access was purely. The assumption was that it was purely pedestrians. I think you confirmed earlier that it is 2 points of access.
So I think we'll double check that. Certainly the principal point of access is off Crescent Way. I think the secondary point of access, principally pedestrian and cyclist, possibly emergency services access. I'm not sure whether it would also be a vehicular access.
Right. Well, obviously the policy says, at the moment, it doesn't say secondary access, it just says there'll be two, well, the implication of N is there'll be two, I really struggle with vehicular access points. So I probably need some clarity on that. And if there is only one, just going back to full circle to the point about access, if there's only one, if the intention is that only one access, is whether that's sufficient to serve 160 dwellings. And I don't know whether you might not be in a position to answer that now. You might need to want to get some clarity on that now.
So I'm confident it is sufficient, particularly if that were to be a emergency vehicle access coming from Camlet Way. 160 unit with a principal access and an emergency service access would be acceptable.
Okay. I think in terms of effectiveness and soundness, the thing I guess would be, is there a particular reason why Camlet Way shouldn't be the primary access, for example, then would the policy need to be clear about it? We're in a situation where it doesn't matter and it's open to debate and discussion, and it's 6 1/2 a dozen the other. You might not need to be clear, but if there's a specific reason why Camlet Way isn't suitable and the council do not want to see that, then I guess the point would be, does that need to be in the policy or not?
It's not a point that we wouldn't want the access to, but I think it's a delivery point. So when you're on site, you'll see the hoarded up location of where that access would come through onto Camlet Way. Right. And I don't think it is wide enough to accommodate a primary point of access.
Right.
So I mean, if a property were to be purchased on that road and they, for whatever reason, decided to access onto Camlet Way, there wouldn't be an issue with that in principle. But it's not necessary to enable the development to come forward. Understood.
Okay. Again, it's just being absolutely certain. I'm very keen, as you've probably already worked out, to make sure that policies deliver what is expected and exclude what isn't. Criterion O, I think we've talked about already, and whether or not, obviously, technically speaking, you don't need to. You could argue you don't need to refer to SUDs because it's a standard requirement. But again, drawing people's attention to it is not necessarily unsound, I don't think, but the issues talked about earlier, there's probably an action, isn't there, to talk about the other aspects of making it absolutely clear that development is not to be expected within areas of flood zone 2 and 3, and so on.
Agreed.
The other mods that have been suggested, but the TfL mods, I think, because they are very similar to some of the others, I'm just going to, I'll have to go and cogitate. I don't think there's any, unless there's anything you want to raise about it, there's nothing to be gained from, others may wish to anyway. Although, sorry, I'll say that. I can't remember now if we talked about this yesterday. I think we did. The new suggested VI or 6, I think it's worded slightly differently in ones yesterday, but the council worked collaboratively with the TfL and other stakeholders to explore feasible solutions through public transport. That's an odd, I think it might have come up in the other one. It's a very odd form of words for development management. What is effectively development management policy? Because obviously it's nothing to do with the applicant, that isn't. So again, just as a matter of principle, just so everyone's aware, I don't think I would be saying that is, even if the essence of something is there that is needed, it wouldn't be that form of words, I don't think.
It's very similar to...
I think it's similar, but
it's very similar, not quite the same. But yeah.
Right, thank you. I will... I've gone through all my points on those criteria. If anybody else wishes to raise a point, Mr. Harbott or Mr. Warren, Mr. Harbott. You were first, Mr. Harbott, but I know last time you... Yeah.
Thank you. Just one point on the TfL statement. I think it's quite clear that there is no identified solution to achieve good growth and active travel levels. And the statement of common ground suggests that further work is required. I think that, unfortunately, an aspiration to find a solution, to me, seems a very weak position when it comes to evidencing exceptional circumstances. Thank you. Thank you.
You go first.
Thank you very much. Not the same point, but just reflecting on how this all fits in. So I understand your points about it needs, if it's going to be in the plan, these need to work and be operable and so on. Absolutely. And I don't have anything particular to say in relation to that, line of questioning, if you like, that you had with the council. It's also obviously right to say that these stipulations, if you like, whatever you call them, the musts and the shoulds associated with the allocation, considering what they are and what their effect is likely to be, is important for considering whether the exceptional circumstances test is met in the first place. So, for instance, if it's totally unfeasible on the face of the evidence to improve accessibility in public transport connections and so on, it goes to the principle of the allocation rather than just it goes to the sinking of the Titanic rather than the deck chairs on the Titanic, if you like. And so that's a very important point about this, because quite a lot of the answers that you're hearing about some substantial issues that have been raised, particularly on sustainability, have been pushed in this direction. Look at the mods, look at the stipulations. It's going to be all for the application stage, etc., but it's not quite as simple as that. And so I just illustrate that with a couple of points that I don't think have been raised exactly by you, sir, so far. If you go back, sir, to the statement of common ground, sub 14J. Sub 14J, that's the one with the annex, I think it is, isn't it, with TfL. And it's page PDF 104 of 129, that one. Sorry.
Sorry, what page?
104, electronic 104. And so that should have 71 SA at RU02. And the headings to the columns, you'll remember, tell you, what's going on in the columns. So there was the TfL Regulation 19 comment earlier that we looked at earlier on. So PTAL and unlikely further transport improvements could be provided to support the proposed 160 homes. A kind of fundamental point, not just about, if I may say so, about PTAL, but about wider things. And then the next column is the response from the Council in August 2024. Consider proposals, so application stage focus, proposals in line with the London plan, acknowledge the current site accessibility levels are poor and will work with TfL. So there's a recognition, obviously, of the current state, but will work, etc. And then what we have is the TfL response, which has been feeding through into those paragraphs that you've been looking at, about the parking reference to T6 and the point that we made earlier about, as stated, it's unlikely, ... But what you've really been looking at is the column, contents of the column headed Enfield response, 20th of December. So it's being referred to as the TfL modifications and so on. But I think it's quite important this. Strictly speaking, whether they were fully scrutinised or not, they were the council's points, I think, in response to what was said in September, November by 2024 by TfL. So right at the end of last year, this wording, proposed modifications to the policy, was drawn up by the council, and it's referred to in the statement of common ground. But they are not suggestions from TfL as to how to make this site work or how to make it sustainable. Absolutely not. And in fact, as you've uncovered, really, so with some of your questions, what they are, in fact, are demonstrations of the problem rather than the answers, rather than the solutions to the problem. Because just take the first one, little Roman 4, 1v. Proposals must demonstrate how sustainable transport options such as ... improvements to public transport connectivity will be integrated in development. If you were to allocate this site, it's on the basis of absolutely no evidence that that is feasible at all, and in the face of a TfL objection which says they don't think that it is likely that a public transport solution of that kind would be able to come forward. So the only way to kind of prop that up, if you like, is that if you had in front of you some evidence, for instance, that the public transport connectivity would be improved. Now, as far as I can understand, sir, this isn't even a gesture towards a bus improvement scheme coming forward. I don't think you've seen anything of that kind. I think all you've got is a reference to some cycleway improvement, slightly unspecified, and some footway widening. That's all. That appears to be about getting to the famous station, and you've already heard the points about what that, where that actually takes you, no pun intended. But what this points up is that these little 4, little 5 and little 6 are just ways of the council kind of reframing and repotting the point about, well, let's just leave this till the application stage. It's just not good enough where the primary consultee is saying it's unsustainable, and we don't think it's likely that there are solutions to provide public transport or active travel to a level required to support 160 homes. So it's not even really a fig leaf, it's something worse than that. It's kind of suggestion of a fig leaf that then isn't there at all, really. So that's the fundamental point that we'd make about this. There's reference to the IDP, which is a little bit circular, so because when you go to the IDP for this site, it simply says the same things. Do you want to, that's the draft IDP on the website at PDF page 95. And it simply says should contribute towards improved highways in the vicinity to encourage sustainable travel, potentially including but not limited to cycle lanes and footpath widening. So with a site like this for 160 units, what the evidence is telling you, particularly what you can see yourself, but also TfL's view, is that you need a whole lot more than that to make a site for 160 units sustainable. And that goes straight to whether there are exceptional circumstances to take it out of the green belt. And so all of this is just I think moving the pieces around without giving you any, moving the question around, if you like, without giving you any answer at all, at least something needs to be said, it seems to us, to indicate that there would be a moving of the dial on this connectivity point, because otherwise you may as well, obviously put the unit somewhere else. So that's the main point. I've got one other short point, so if I may, about the just go back to those requirements. They're in where is it? It's in the allocation itself, and that's on views, which goes partly to landscape, partly to heritage and so on. So we certainly agree that things to do with, say, mitigating identified harms, so harms to landscape accepted, less than substantial harm needs to be outweighed. In heritage terms, they should be musts rather than shoulds, and to take your point, so that obviously is right. But when you actually look, whether or not it says, where are we, J, whether or not it says anything to do with maximum heights or not, what we suggest is it's necessary to understand before the site is allocated is, broadly speaking, what these impacts are likely to be of 160 units of a range of small kind of family homes and so on. And we've certainly heard that there could be blocks of flats, but in order to get 160 units onto the site, including some flats, what does that look like? Does that actually mean quite a lot of 3 or 4 storey? Because, well, we don't know at the moment, because I don't think we've had an illustrative drawing or a proving layout and so on, which shows 160. So where that leaves you, so we've put some evidence in, the forum's put some evidence in, I'll just give you the reference to it, so which is, it's in the representations 0134-4-1. Sorry, it's a bit unwieldy, but that's the reference apparently. And it's at page 40 and following of in the PDF. And that's the exercise that my clients commissioned to wireframe what heights would look like if they were at 6 stories. So you have to make a little bit of a discount, obviously, to get to 5 or whatever. But you can see just from adjusting those by eye how very substantial the impacts would be, including from across the Monk and Hadley conservation area, which is within Barnet, because of the topography. As soon as you put anything more than something very small, bungalows, etc., on the site, you begin to have quite a pronounced visual effect on skyline as well as impacts. And that goes to, again, what these design principles are actually intended to do. It's saying minimise, it's saying don't do too much, etc., without giving you judging whether it's a fit site to allocate in the green bar, remotely enough to judge what the actual degree of harm would be and how it might be mitigated. It's all too much can down the road and not enough actual evidence in the room. So those are the 2 points, one rather more important than the other, but the second one obviously of some importance still.
Thank you. Okay. A few points I want the council to come back on there. Mr. Wilson.
Yes, again, on the theme of what has been properly considered and whether or not through consultation they've listened to the local evidence. On accessibility, I made the point earlier about the narrow entrance on Camlet Way. So we're now hearing that it is going to be an important emergency exit. So we haven't heard whether that is part of.
To be fair, I think I've heard it could be. I've not heard definitive on any of that.
Well, in a way, that's my point. So that it hasn't. The Highways Agency haven't, or the others haven't commented on that junction and what
we have
that
to be
would like.
slightly careful, I think, with these are allocations. And I'm not dealing with planning applications on some of this. There has to be we're talking about reasonable. What are being considered and what are the reasonable likelihoods, rather than, I'm not determining a planning application on some of this. So there's always going to be some element, I suspect, of scope for flexibility or scope for different things coming forward, or
So I do fully understand that, and thank you for your patience in listening. But looking at this site, and we live there and we know it, There's one very narrow, potentially pedestrian access, and there's one on the lay-by which will impact a lot of other things. It's obviously not a good site for 160 homes with lorries coming in and out and everything else. So that's our position, and that is what the residents who know it have felt about it. There's no strong evidence from highways or anyone else that it would work. There are not even any clear plans. So that's the level of that objection. My other point is a detail of the emphasis on family homes and coming together with what Mr. Warren was talking about. What height would these buildings be and what would they be like? Because our lived experience of planning applications and what gets sold in Hadley Wood is that we keep being asked to provide, or planning applications are approved, for 3+ bedroom flats. The evidence from the estate agents and everyone else is none of these go to families. None. A house, if somebody wants a family home in Hadley Wood, they want a house. So these apartment blocks are not occupied by families, even at 2-3 stories. They are downsizing, yes, there may be some of those. There may be an older child living there, but it's not satisfying any provision for family homes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's the point I was trying to get at, really. Is there a juxtaposition between what I've been told is part of the reason for allocating the site, what the policy says about family homes, and then the design things which talk about potentially 5-storey house buildings and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I noted, I think. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Harbott, is that a new point you wish to make? Oh, sorry, I'm losing track. Have you already made some points there?
I have, but this is an additional question for you. You've been focusing at the moment on the main modifications, but your earlier question was about development requirements.
No, I've gone through all of. I've not just looked at the modifications.
Okay.
I've looked through all of them.
So I've got a couple of points on the development requirements, if I possibly could.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah. Sorry, I bored you to that tier. You didn't hear me ask these questions.
I apologise if I wasn't concentrating. I just wanted to put a little bit of context. Hadley Wood has grown by something like 30% in housing units. That's 250 housing units since 2000. And it will grow by another 160 or so in the planned period through windfall sites. So we've already got a cumulative growth of about 65%. In that period of time, both historically and in the plan, there's been no investment in public transport, no investment in sustainable transport in terms of routes to local town centres, schools, health facilities or otherwise. There's leisure routes, but nothing. No investment in the local road network, in increasing capacity there. No investment to increase the capacity of the local primary school. No investment in local NHS facilities. No investment in community facilities. And this plan, you know, we look at the modifications, a short stretch of footpath. It's not sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's probably worth getting the Duchy's view before go back to the council, because then they can.
But it might be so, who knows? But we'll see. I've only got 3 very short points. One is just to go, slightly embarrassing error perhaps, but in our written reps, you may have noticed when you look at them in due course on this question, we'd replied in relation to Q 4.42 that we thought the proposed main mods and E6.1 were necessary to make the plan sound. I'm told that in fact there was an error because we were looking at an earlier version. Our position in relation to the proposed modifications is at one with the council. We don't think they're necessary. And in fact, in relation to some of the debates you've had with the council today, for example, of little Roman numeral 5 within the main modifications, we think that is pretty ambiguous and wouldn't pass the test anyway. So just for your notes, our position remains the same as the council in relation to the necessity for those modifications. That's the first point. The second point is relating to, I suppose, some of the points Mr. Warren made. With great respect, I think to some extent he was a little bit revisiting points of principle that we looked on earlier on today. And of course, you've heard the debate about whether TfL are focusing too much on PTAL or not, and you'll have that and you'll come to a conclusion. If you can come to the conclusion it's a wholly unsustainable site, then his points might be good. On the other hand, if you think there's something in it, I think the debate then comes to how necessary or reasonable or concise and precise those matters are. And again, we agree with much of the responses you've had from the council on that. Just to take one example of that, Mr. Warren, I think, directed you to visualisations or wireframes relating to the 5-storey heights of proposals. But of course, as the council have said to you, I think the actual intention by putting perhaps the rather clumsy must not deliver buildings higher than 18 metres, what you pointed out, I think, quite fairly, well, that might mean developers come forward and say, oh, I'll have 17.5, thanks very much. I don't think anyone's actually intending that, nor would you need that for 160, obviously. So the sort of the shock horror it could like this is pretty irrelevant. And that can be reworded, as the council said, to make clear what the intention is. I mean, at the start of the day, the Neighbourhood Plan Forum were hinting that 160 might not be a high enough density. We now seem to have gone full circle to suggesting horror flats. And the final point, sir, is just in relation to access. Evidence of a kind before you. You'll note that in our representations, when you get a chance to look at them, we had referred to an appraisal we'd done. You haven't got a copy of the appraisal. We set out in our planning evidence that there are 2 existing vehicle access points, as we described in Camlet Way and Crescent West, and our initial transport appraisal for My Transport has determined they would be suitable to support development of the site, including, in fact, beyond the identified development yield. And so just our position is that either could be used for a vehicle access, and certainly there's no issues in terms of that being a problem in principle at this stage for an allocation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. That's helpful. Right, we've got a few minutes. Come back on any of those points. I am clearly still I'm a little bit not sure where we are with these modifications that are put forward. I must admit, I probably coined the phrase the TfL modifications. That might not be fair, and it is difficult to understand. Council have suggested them to me, and then said we don't think they're necessary, and I think that's quite a confusing situation to be in. I think it's they're in this. Yes, to be fair, the table in the statement of common ground, the column heading is Enfield's response, but TfL have signed this statement of common ground, so one would assume that they are content with that, unless somebody can point me to something in the statement of common ground and says no, we're not content with that column.
I think it only says that they're content that was Enfield's suggestion. I don't think they're endorsing it.
Okay. Mr. Reid can answer that. So that's one point. I mean, it probably just we are going back around, but it's going to keep coming up. Yes. And anything else you feel you wish to?
Yes, certainly, sir, certainly. So if you just go back, please, to the statement of common ground, and we'll look at the way in which the point is put, or the issues are dealt with at page 104. Before doing that, of course, the position of the council has been set out already. I'm not going to go back over what we say about the degree of transport accessibility. It's also right, I think, to note that one's got to be quite careful about what TfL have had a concern about. If one looks at the Reg 19 statement by TfL, which is in the 3rd column, you can see that there are references to public transport, given the PTAL, unlikely that further public transport and/or active travel improvements could be provided at a level that would be necessary to support the proposed 160 homes. But you'll see then that it goes on. We know that there's a requirement that development should minimise parking. Although we would support this, it would be undermined by the adopted Hadley Neighbourhood Plan, which allows parking at a higher level than the London Plan. The neighbourhood plan presented evidence of the reliance on car use by existing residents higher than anywhere else in the borough. The result is likely to be a car-dominated development which is not well connected and would not reflect the London plan principles of good growth. So you'll see it's not just about the PTAL issue and therefore the need for transport improvements in the degree to which they could actually be delivered, but also a concern around parking. The parking being promoted actually in the neighbourhood plan in a way that is unsustainable. Enfield then made their response that Enfield would only consider the sites in line with the London plan, as you've rightly pointed out earlier on, so with regard particularly to the parking issues. It goes on, we acknowledge the current site public transport accessibility levels are poor and will work with TfL to explore solutions to improve public transport services. So we acknowledge the PTAL issue and said that we wanted to work to improve the position. TfL then respond, dealing with policy T6B, stating that developments not well planned and well connected areas should be designed to provide minimum necessary parking, car light. As stated, unlikely that there are solutions to provide public transport or active travel. So again, twofold issue, parking on the one hand, transport provision on the other. But an agreement that what both parties wanted was to achieve something with regard to the parking issue. And if you look at the last of the entries to the wording that is then proposed, as you know, M deals with the car light approach. And so it certainly isn't right to suggest that what ultimately has been delivered by way of the wording hasn't actually reflected something that TfL wanted. And nor is it right to suggest that they were indicating that everything with regard to this site was unachievable. Which gives then a further understanding of what is meant by that wording and who put it forward. It's right that it's been proposed by the council in order to seek to deal with some of those issues. There's no suggestion by the council that we have suddenly magicked away all of the concerns of TfL by virtue of these provisions. All we've done is seek to reflect the concerns and put forward provisions accordingly. And those have been, at least the statement of common ground has been agreed to. Nobody's suggesting that that overcomes the concerns of TfL. And it's really a matter of judgment, ultimately, as Mr. Cosgrove says, as to whether actually is regarded as being a sustainable site. And then the question is, well, of course, TfL have indicated their position with regard to the need, or the ability, rather, to meet their concerns by way of conditions. We think otherwise, and we've made provision accordingly. And there are measures, actually. We've just had the Sustrans issue raised by Mr. Harbott. We've indicated that there are ways of being able to improve that position. It would be quite wrong to say that if you've got a site that's of the scale that we're dealing with here, come back to the density issue in a moment, but the scale that we're dealing with here, that there can't be things done actually on the site to aim to improve the degree of accessibility through to, say, the railway station. So it is, with respect, something of a red herring to start talking about the fact that we proposed these various matters rather than it being TfL.
But I think it's an important, thank you, I think it's an important clarification, and I guess we've got there in the end, that there's no suggestion that the statements of common ground and those modifications are sufficient to, TfL's points are no longer before me, if you like, or no longer valid. So the point being that those objections still stand. You've put forward these comments. There's an issue about what they are, but you think you might, as a means of perhaps, from your perspective, mitigating or ameliorating, minimising those concerns. But presumably you still, so from your perspective, and it is now really, I think we've talked at this enough for me to understand. It's really for me to conclude whether whether the position is correct, and that it isn't.
Yes, sir.
A sustainable location, and it can't be made so, or it is a sustainable location and can be made more so.
Yes, quite. I think, just as a slight caveat, or rather, slight wrinkle in what's been said, is what I can't say is what, at this stage, what is meant by, or what is the effect of the agreement with regard to those conditions that actually TfL are encouraging those sorts of conditions, albeit that it doesn't overcome their concerns. That I can't tell you at this stage. If we get some clarity about it, then I'll certainly make that plain to you. So, but that's what I'd say on that. The other point is the issue about the ability to, or rather the need to consider the impacts properly before you make the allocation, and that actually you can't be sure at all that you're going to be able to overcome those sorts of impacts. I think the position that you may well think is important, or an issue that you may think is important, is what we're dealing with regard to the density, because it is a 21 dwelling per hectare density. And I've said this earlier on, but the scope for the ability to overcome issues isn't, as Mr. Warren would say, a very narrow one, and we are going to be suddenly filling this site with bulky development that's going to have a significant effect. There is a great deal of scope, as I say, with that sort of density to achieve an acceptable development. And one point that was raised by Mr. Warren was the landscape and visual evidence, and you'll see that when you go back to the Regulation 19 submissions. And it's important actually to look at that rather carefully, because firstly it's just a series of block indications of the degree of visibility from a particular type of development. But actually it also delineates those areas that are clear views and those areas that are obscured views or no views. And you need, if I can just suggest it, so just to note that difference. And you'll see that actually from a significant, or to a significant extent, there's a lot of obscured views. Quite fairly put, I should say, by the forum, but nevertheless, that is an indicator that it isn't quite as dramatic as might be suggested. So that's what I say in response.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the 2 points that your answers have sort of prompted me to think about. One is what does the plan? How does the plan go about defining capacity? Because again, we get read several hundred plans. You get minimums, you get maximums, you get approximates, you get estimated. And I'm just thinking, well, how do we deal with this here? And it's approximate estimated. So we're really edging our bets a bit on that. So again, I suspect one thing I will perhaps be giving some thought to is if the nature of the constraints is such, and everything's without prejudice, you understand that, without prejudice, is such that if you were to go beyond a certain number or a certain density, is that something that would need to be made clear to be, again, to justify, be effective, if there's such a level of sensitivity or not, is taking the point that approximate estimate is not very clear sometimes, but so yeah, it wouldn't. What does that mean? I suppose if somebody came in with 200, does that mean it's still within the scope of the policy because it's and so on. So, but I think that no doubt will come again. One of the other issues which will flow through. We're going to be having 100 discussions on these things. So.
Quite so, and I think that really comes up in the context of policy H1, which will be dealt with, I think, in stage 3, as to how one looks at the issue of estimated capacity, as you said.
Whenever that might be. The other thing that prompted one thing you've made a point which prompted me, and I said, perhaps incorrectly actually, when I was talking about criterion M and minimised parking standards, And I said, well, is that irrelevant? Oh, not irrelevant. Is it you're going to be applying the London plan anyway? But actually, you've reminded me, of course, no, because we've got the Hadley Wood Neighbourhood plan. So actually, the question would be, well, without reference to London plan, is it actually would be applying the Hadley Wood Neighbourhood plan parking standards, not the London plan parking standards? And is that, if in the normal course of events, a plan, with the wording as it is now, if an application came in, would it be applying actually the Hadley Wood and therefore a higher level, a higher standard, if that's indeed what is the reality? Or would that would be a matter for the decision maker to get embroiled in? Because we're going right into the long run. Regulation 8.5 has to obviously suggest you have to set out what policies you are replacing. And I don't believe there's any indication that this policy is replacing anything from, or this plan's replacing anything from the development plan. So it would, I guess, without stipulating, it probably would defer to the Hadley Wood Neighbourhood plan, would it?
It would be as the last made plan of part of the development plan.
Yeah. So I was wrong there. I was potentially wrong.
Yes, potentially. What is important is then bearing in mind that this plan will have the effect, albeit not replacing, but superseding other policies insofar as they may apply to a particular site. And if you think that it's right to have a car light approach in accordance with T6, that's certainly capable of being referred to in the context of criterion M.
And that's where you probably would have to stipulate, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Yeah. If that was the sorry that was me not putting two and two together about the Hadley Wood until it was mentioned.
No, quite well, but equally so for us.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Well, it's brilliant timing. We're going to take a break now. I think if everyone's said what they want to say on that, we'll come back at 10 to 4. We've got one thing left, which is effectively delivery. I would imagine we've covered quite a lot of those points. And then I guess a wrap up in a kind of, speak now or forever hold your peace approach. And then we'll finish. So if we can come back at 10 to 4. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. It's 10 to 4. Sorry, did I say 10 to or 5 to now? Now I've come to think of it. I did. Good. Because there's something about, hold on, about 5 minutes. I'm making you all finish 5 minutes early. I'm obviously eager to carry on.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. I wondered if before we get to delivery, can I just flag up one reference, which I think has clarified matters actually for the purposes of understanding TfL's position on the modifications. It's paragraph 5.1 of the same TfL Enfield Statement of Common Ground, page 6, and paragraph 5.1.
Yep.
It says the representation highlighted several strategic and site-specific concerns which are also articulated in the appendices 1 and 2 of the SOCG. The majority of outstanding concerns have been addressed through the proposed modifications set out within the modification schedule, which of course is what we've got and what you've seen, which relate very, very closely in terms of RUR2 to the modifications in the appendix. These relate to parking provisions, sustainable transport measures and active travel infrastructure. So it hasn't perhaps entirely cleared up the issue because there may be some doubt around a particular site, but because it refers to the majority of the outstanding concerns, but it at least indicates TfL's involvement with those modifications.
Okay. I didn't look up whether there was a sharp intake of breath to my right, so I don't know if that...
Yeah, it's not a sharp intake, so, and I'm not making a huge point about this, but one does need to read the rest of that section 5, outstanding matters, because it's... to be fair, it's not fantastically clear, I don't think, is it? Because it talks about majority have been addressed through the proposed modifications, and then 5.2 says the remaining strategic and site-specific concerns are summarised below. Details of concerns in appendices 1, 2 and 3, and of course the bit that we've been referring to on this site is within those appendices. So I'm not complaining about it. I'm just observing that it's not. I wouldn't say it was crystal clear.
Okay.
We can to and fro.
We can indeed. I think But I probably don't want to hear about TfL again today.
Because I really wanted to say something and I shan't. Hold my tongue.
Yeah.
If it wasn't about TfL.
So, is there anything else in terms of... Was that the only point you want to make before we go on to delivery?
All I wanted to say in seriousness is that actually if you do read 5.2, you'll see that the concerns that are identified, because there's a colon after the 1, 2 and 3, and you can see that listed below, it's actually dealing with Chase Park and Cruise Hill rather than RUR2. If there was a real concern about RUR2, you'd expect to see it.
Okay. This is what judges must feel like when you're going through the wording of the regulations and so on.
They just tell us what the answer is usually.
That's what I will do at some point. But I take all those points, and I understand the different points of view, and I will reflect on this at length, no doubt, including the position of colons, semicolons. Well, thank you for that clarification. Helpful. Is this list exhaustive? Is it not exhaustive? So on. Right, so we'll move on to delivery matters. I've not got a huge amount to say because I think a lot of it's actually already been picked up, if I'm honest. But this is the first time we're really talking about delivery rates for housing in a specific sense. So in that, I just want to, again, it's a matter of clarification really. The time frame in the tables, where it's obviously broken down into three, 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to plus. 10 to plus? It's obviously been a very long day. 10 plus. I've taken that as being the plan period time frame, not post-adoption time frame. Is that fair? So, in theory, there shouldn't be anything 0 to 5 anymore because we're already in the 5th year. So is that the right?
It is, yes, that is correct.
So 5 to 10, when we get to it, would be 5 years supply, because we're talking about we're in year 5, I think, or thereabouts. So we're in the 5 to 10 year period, but it's year 1 after adoption, if you know what I mean. So it's just a bit. It's not. I understand it, but I just want to make sure I do understand it.
It is, yes,
yeah.
and I can concur. That's our understanding as well.
So just to me, so years 5 to 10 are actually years 1 to 5 in many ways, but yeah. Right, okay, that's fine. So the site originally was assessed at being year 10 plus, which would be 5 years hence from now. You've got the same as common ground with the site promoter, which suggests that it would can be delivered sooner than that. So obviously, would it all fall? Just remind me, would it all fall in 5 to 10, or would it be straddling those two periods? I think it was 2027 when it was.
So I have it as delivering in 2030. However, I think the Duchy of Lancaster have confirmed that they can deliver sooner. For the purposes of the housing trajectory, that's where it's at. But yeah, I know that. I mean, feel free to come in. Planning application is expected next year. Pre-application soon, and those discussions are taking place.
Might be worthwhile, sir. Just
yeah, if you just sorry, yeah.
On the pro formas, I know you mentioned the approximate estimated, but there are a couple of things going on in there in terms of we've got the estimated capacity, which relates to what's in policy H1, so the estimated capacity on site, and then this is also an estimation of when the sites are expected to deliver. And I think it could be clearer. Maybe we need to put some years in there rather than 0 to 5 and 5 to 10 might be a sensible way of addressing it. But it's not a phasing policy, so we're not trying to say you can't come forward before. It's just indicating when we anticipate that delivery to occur.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good point, really, on whether, there's nothing in policy terms expected why that would need to be in years 10 plus. It's purely what you expect at the time. So it's likely to come forward early. Obviously, when we get, I mentioned this on Tuesday, when we were talking about potential trajectory, clearly this is one of those things where I said, I want to go through all the allocations first before having that debate, because your table, your trajectory might change as you go through some of these things. Just in general terms, I suppose the point would be, if I was looking at it and saying, well, it's in, your original idea was 10 plus years, what actually are the constraints? In terms of it's a greenfield site, there are constraints on the site, we know that, but there's from what I've been told in terms of infrastructure, there's no, you don't have to build a new bridge to get into it. You have to build new access points. Other than, I think there's a reference to a bridge over the brook, which is presumably not in the same scale of things as a bridge over a railway line or such things. Are there any other abnormals that I'm not picking up through the requirement that would render this sort of slowed down in any way?
Nothing abnormal that's going to slow down delivery. It's a sort of a footbridge over a small brook we've spoken about. Whether that would need to be in place at the very start of any development, or whether that could be phased within the development, that's a matter for the DM process.
And it's been assessed on 50% affordable, is that right? And it's been deemed, identified as being deliverable on that basis. We've talked about other infrastructure costs, and obviously nothing has been identified over and above what might be, so we say normal, again normal, but that's not necessarily precluding the fact when an application comes in, some of those things would be assessed. So costs associated with education, health, and other highway costs, everything. Presumably you'd not thinking of any of these things, or the potential of any things would be in any way prejudicial.
No, that's correct.
I think we've covered a lot of it anyway. So any points, Mr. Warren?
Thank you. Just very briefly, the relevance of this point is not just obviously in terms of deliverability of the potential allocation and soundness terms, but it does go to potential justification for release from the Greenbelt because of this speedy release point. I made that. I'm not going to repeat. I said it earlier on, but I just remind you of that point again. As I understand it, just to be absolutely clear about this, the 10 plus years is 2029 to the end of the plan period, as I understand it, because 0 to 5 is 2019 to 2024, because 2019 I think is the first year of the plan period. Yeah. And so I think earlier it was indicated that things have changed, but I don't think they have changed, have they? It's just been that there's a clarification that 10 plus years means 2029 and onwards. So it's still in that last period of the plan, I think.
Well, that's what I was questioning, really, because I think that's why I wanted to know if it'd be in the 5. I don't know if I set it out in these words, but whether it be in the 5-year supply or partly in the 5-year supply, because would it fall into the 5 to 10, and where it would start. And I think you suggested your idea is 2030, which would obviously still be in the 10-year plus, but the site promoters suggesting something sooner than that, I think.
Well, if I don't want to interfere. I mean, my instructions are that the broad trajectory would be to deliver 30 by 2028/2029, another 30 by 2029/30, another 30 by 2030 to 3031, and then another 30, 31, 32, and then 40, 32, 33. So the first delivery anticipated by the Duchy in 2028 to 2029, 30. And that's been on the basis of advice. Obviously, CBRE is advising them has got in-house agency advice to support that view and have considered that. And obviously, we support the general viability work that you've got from the council and how they've explained that. So that's our position, sir.
So there's a, as far as you're concerned, there's a potential for some of that to be in the 5-year supply.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, Mr. Warren.
60, I think, of the 160 by the sound of it, because the 28/9 and 29/30, I think, are just on the cusp category. So I think the point that we would make is, to the extent that this is relevant at all to your considerations about exceptional circumstances, this, you know, the big sites take a long time, these small ones can come on quickly. We're still talking about the vast majority of the units here coming forward in that last section of the plan. So it's not the kind of easy, quick release, if you like, site in that sense. But we've also got a query, sir, which is obviously an entirely matter for you, whether you pursue it or not, that the Duchy, of course, is not a house builder, at least not a large.
No, we do develop now, actually.
Okay, I don't think they said that the indication here is that it would be a Duchy-built scheme.
It might be. That decision hasn't been taken. Either develop ourselves or alongside a partner.
That's helpful.
Yep.
See, that's helpful. But what we haven't seen, so I don't know whether you've seen, is the actual workings behind getting 60 away by 2029, because obviously, even if there's an application next year, I dare say that might be hybrid or it might be outline. I don't know, but it will take how long these things take to process, and then there's reserved matters, and then there's all of the do we do it ourselves, do we sell it, and we've only got, I think, by the time the plan comes through, if this site is in it, 2026 and 7 and a bit of 8 in order to start building those units that are supposed to come through. So all we're saying, sir, is that it's, when it's a Duchy kind of scheme, and I say this obviously currently promoting 2,500 houses for the Duchy of Cornwall in Kent, these things take time to get rumbling, even if there's a kind of master developer type approach to be taken. So we haven't seen any evidence about that, so that's my short point.
No, okay. Right. What the nature of evidence? The site promoter sitting in this room and telling me that they're going to deliver the site in 2027, 8.
Yes.
So that's evidence.
Well, it is, but I've also.
But I also take the point that, as you lead in times, is not unfamiliar. I'm surprised you've not mentioned the Lichfield report.
I haven't, or indeed TfL this time I've opened my mouth, which is a surprise, I have to say today. But
the other thing is, there was a time, in my planning life when not every application was outlined. There was such things as full applications and people just got on with it. And it's 160 dwellings. This is not a phased scheme. So while, it might be that somebody might tell me otherwise, it doesn't necessarily need to be an outline application.
And I didn't say that, sir. I expressed, I was agnostic about what it would come forward. I suggested it might be hybrid, in other words, with the full first phase. I don't know, sir. Well, my only point is, and I don't want to overplay this, please, I'm not overplaying it. It's at the back end anyway. It doesn't hugely affect the main point that I'm asking you to consider. But to the extent that you suggest the evidence that you're being given, it's very tight indeed for a site that's being promoted by a body like the Duchy of Lancaster. And normally one would expect to see some sort of programme written out when the application is going to be made, when it's going to be determined, when reserved matters are going to come forward for which phase, when the land disposals, decisions made, how long that will take, how long the build takes, etc. And if you work all that through, a bit tight, I think. That's our feeling about it.
Okay. Yeah. Noted. Mr. Harbott.
I don't know how significant this would be on the timescales, but I'm assuming the Duchy would follow the recommendation of Historic England and do the predetermination archaeological fieldwork that's recommended. And how that affects timelines, I don't know. But I can't imagine it would accelerate them.
Okay. Well, they'll have to follow the policy, and they'll have to follow national policy and all those things. Okay, the Duchy will be able to tell me their position in a second after Mr. Wilson's made his point.
Thank you. So I've always been lectured that on planning applications, the construction and all the interference has nothing to do with it and can be ignored. I'm not sure what the position is in relation to the draft local plan, and we've looked at what the access would be once it's residential. We're now looking at 10 years in Hadley Wood of a major construction site right in the heart of the
I don't think it'll be 10 years. I'd be very surprised if it would be 16 a year. I think the 10 years is not how long it's going to take to deliver, it's the period of the plan. It's expected to be delivered. I mean, we debate over when it would start, but it's expected to deliver all 160 within that 10-year tranche. It's going to take 10 years to build.
Yeah, so there's a programme, but from next year, with the planning and beginning and everything else, it will be a construction site, right in the heart of Hadley Wood. And in terms of viability and weather, exceptional circumstances, and how that plays, I'm afraid that's obviously a matter for you and the planning experts. I just wish to say that that is going to be a massive impact on Hadley Wood and its heritage and its conservation area and everything we're trying to protect. Massive lorries going up and down those roads and everything else. To us, that's a major factor in relation to whether this is worth it for the 160 homes.
Point taken, thank you. Yes, sorry. Mr. Warren, have you got another point, or is that? So yes, if we go to the Duchy, just to, if there's anything else you want to say about some of those points.
Just to pick up anything I hadn't made clear before. So lots been said about the Duchy. I mean, the Duchy doesn't land bank. That's not what we do. The intention here is to either develop this ourselves or alongside a partner, but retaining strong control over design. The intention is it would be a full application, point pick up. And we would intend to take a plan-led approach. So timescales to some extent dependent on when the local plan was adopted, but we intend, all things being equal, to start pre-application concurrently with as the plan comes forward. So that could be towards the end of this year.
Okay, and anything to say about what Mr. Warren said about lead-in times?
No, because I think I'd be repeating myself. I mean, none of that's changed the position I gave to you. I think there's a big difference between 2,000, a large scheme for the Duchy of Cornwall and a smaller scheme. We're all familiar with published literature on timings, and I think that's entirely realistic.
Just remind me again. I was scribbling my notes away, but it was 30. Is it roughly 30 a year?
20, yeah, basically 30 a year. 30 a year. And the first delivery of 30 would be by 2028, 2029, and then 30 each year onwards, with 40 at the end.
And is 30 a year based on what you anticipate the nature of the housing to be? Because obviously, when I'm started looking at one of the questions which will come up on a lot of these sites is what is a reasonable, what is the council's reasonable assertion they've come to in determining how many a year? 30 seems, dare I say, a tad low. Usually, we're looking at 50, maybe unless things have changed, and you're going to tell me why we're in the current economic position we're in, or the nature of the housing, or so on, is that 30 is what's likely. I mean, the rule of thumb often seems to be 50 per Hadlet a year or around there. So is that?
Well, as tempted as I am to up it, so those are the only instructions I have. It's been based on, as I say, in-house agency advice. It's certainly taken into account 50% affordable housing and all the other factors. But beyond that, I haven't got instructions there'll be any more than 30.
Fair enough. Okay. It's modest, isn't it? So, I would say. Okay. Thank you. Any points you wish to make, Mr. Reid?
Only this, sir, that one needs to bear in mind the significance or the benefit associated with the delivery of this site in the context of the plan as a whole. And as you know, part of the strategic and overarching point that has been set out in a lot of the topic papers is the difficulty of delivering what is a very significant amount of urban development on PDL within the borough, for lots of reasons. So that any site that does have the ability to come forward earlier is going to be beneficial. And this site has the merit of not simply being greenfield and relatively unobstructed. In fact, one could say unobstructed. But it's also small enough to be able to deliver it quickly and efficiently. If you compare it with other sites that are going to be larger and are going to take more time, the other sites that are promoted in the plan, this is obviously in a more advantageous position.
Thank you. Thanks, yeah. Okay. One, I think this is more of a general point as well, and it's again amusing at the end of the day. The time frame, as you say, it might be useful to have. Certainly, when I get the trajectory information, I don't really. Yes, years will be more helpful than plan numbers, because not least where we are in the plan period. Obviously, the 10 plus that's a long time. So it's 2029. To 2041, so it's an 11-year period. So again, it's not very fine in terms of sort of thinking about finer grain analysis, particularly if points such as the one Mr. Warren's raised about relative speed, something that's in the 10-year plus, it could be delivered by 2031, or it could be 2041. That's a different, it's clearly a different magnitude of potential implications, if you like. So when we look at the trajectory in the fullness of time, if the council were able to make it more fine grain analysis, it would probably be helpful to me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're already ahead of that.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Good. Right then. So thank you, everyone. Because I've said right at the start, or generally say, I don't want anyone to leave without having said everything they want to say, because there'll be no opportunity really to say it again, or to put additional evidence to me unless I ask for it. Is there anything anything else anybody wishes to say before I draw today to an end? That's absolutely new? No? No? Thank you. Well, okay, with that in mind, 4:15, excellent. Just the right time for me, and particularly as I'm getting dehydrated in this room. Thank you all for your contributions today. Obviously, at the end of every day, I've got an awful lot to think about. And obviously, there's various maybe immediate actions for the council, and there'll be some perhaps longer things that I will report to in due course.
Yes, thank you, sir. So we have our list of to-dos for this week.
Yes.
So do you want that tomorrow?
So yeah, I mean, we're not here. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm not formally adjourned yet, but we're not here next week. So if as soon as possible. But if it's not tomorrow, I'm travelling tomorrow. So I'm visiting. Well, I'll doing visits and then travelling. So it's unlikely I'll get to see it until Monday, in all honesty. So if it's going to be helpful to you to send it Monday and without breaking your necks to do it, then that's probably better, because I say it's unlikely I'll see it.
Yes, it will give us time to take stock of what we've talked about today.
Yeah,
so.
that's. Thank you for that. It's a good point. So anyway, yes. So we'll adjourn now until a week after next, where we're going to be dealing with the very small matter of Cruise Hill. So if any of you are here for that, which are potentially not, I won't see you then. But I don't know if I'll see you. But yeah, have a good weekends, everybody, and good weeks. Thank you. Thank you.